Cheers everybody. This one's to all of you. It's been a while since I drank a beer with a stream. But today is a good occasion, because today is the day where we're finally going to resume to our more normal stream schedule, as I'm located in a location B again, which means I'm in a house instead of in a van. So cheers everybody. Instead of just high quality streams, now we're also gonna have a normal quantity of streams, hence the title. Thanks Odium, as well for the 16 months of level 3 subscription. That is even more than 16 streams. I don't know, I've been streaming for, I don't know, a year and a half almost now. I still don't understand all those symbols. Is that like a 6-month subscription in one time? Anyway, thanks a lot. Thanks as well, Doji Move, for the subscription. Been enjoying your stream and the am I doing this right content. Yes, you're doing it right. The K is quickly shooting up to be the most used letter in the English alphabet, on this channel at least. Greetings. Considerable alcohol content. Actually, this is a strong one, I think. Which might hit hard. I haven't been drinking beer with alcohol for a while. 5.9%. Yeah, that's a little bit more than usual, I think. One of those hipster Irish pale ale kind of things. Anyway, that's not what you're here for, listening to me drinking beer. You are here for the quality and quantity content. And we are researching very useful technologies on our strict beeline to rocket silo. As you can obviously see, no deviations are being made here. Thanks Chris Zero as well for the Prime subscription. So yeah, in the last stream we found an Easter egg, which not so much was an Easter egg in Factorio ourselves, but which we accidentally programmed in, you know, something about an infinite number of monkeys on an infinite number of computers. And suddenly we got ourselves a whole bunch of new prerequisites for unlocking thrusters. The cards are still on the table if this is gonna stay or not. I haven't fully decided yet. I think so the idea of this is basically we need to research the entire Norwegian tech tree before we can get off of the planet. It is a little bit annoying because this technology in particular, if we can manage to make 1000 signs per minute of yellow signs even, it is still gonna take like 80 to 90 hours to research just this technology, which is a little bit, you know, we've been going for about twice that amount of time, and the first half of this, actually exactly the first half of this was preparation, clearing the lands. We've only been playing for 90 real hours. So the idea behind the prerequisites is that we need to find a way to deal with the biters on Norvis without any extraterrestrial tech, and of course forgot about that, without destroying an enemy structure, so no killing bases. But if we need to stay on Norvis to do all technologies, that means we just need to have access to a lot of ore patches which we simply cannot have access to at the moment. So I think I'm going to just do something like, if we can take on like the largest of nests guarded by behemoth worms which have a they have been buffed a bit, so worms now have laser damage resistance. Medium worms 20%, big worms 50%, behemoth worms 80%, and 3000 hit points on top of that. So it's a bit harder to kill them. So we gotta find a way to kill the worms without destroying the biter bases, and I suppose still blocking off the biter bases as we have been doing. Looks like there's still a very colorful infographic on, which I used to film earlier today. These are just big worms. We've got some behemoths down here. So if we can take on nests like these, I would be happy. That means we have proven the concept that it is possible to get off of the planet. Where is it? And we have proven the concept that it's possible to get off of the planet. And we have, if we can deal with the biggest biters and the meanest big bad bases on the map, we can basically expand ad infinitum. And we don't really need to go through the entire process of going through all the text before we leave the planet. If we just prove that it's possible, I think that's enough for me. So that means we just gotta find a way to kill the biggest bases on the map. And then I will undo these prerequisites. And the only prerequisite which will stay is gonna be the natural one of space science. And the rest I'll get rid of. So we won't actually need to do purple science, yellow science, all useless technologies which we don't really want, that kind of stuff. It's going to take too long, it's not going to be very interesting. But I think it will be interesting to find a way to deal with the biters. And not only that, the original strategy is just a beeline off of the planet. And then the planet is will have run out of resources, mostly without an ability to claim more resources. So I think in general it's not a bad idea to make sure we have a new method of pushing the biters and claiming new resources for ourselves, so we can keep on going with the base even after we leave the planet. Perhaps we can even make an automated bot-based system which can get rid of those giant nests for us and you know, build new outposts and whatnot while we're away. That would kind of be cool, that if we're stuck on Vulcanus for 50 hours, that we can still do stuff on Novice remotely, including pushing biters and claiming resources. I will see though. I'm not sure if that's possible. I think it's possible to do it by hand. I'm not sure if the bots can do it. Alright. I forgot to up the font size here. Can I still do it? I think I can. Yeah, the Orion drive, that was the lore behind it. We are going to space with the Orion drive, so we need atomic bomb as a prerequisite. Tossing them out of the back and riding the shockwave to get to Vulcanus. What are those asteroids are gonna do if we are literally riding nuclear blast waves in space? Alright, let me just quickly catch up with chat and then we'll get started. Any reason in particular? No, apparently not, since I cannot answer that question. Just remove atomic bomb, that's the whole idea. We'll see, we might unlock more technologies if we can. We'll see how it goes. If we can, it kinda, the other thing why I don't really want to do is it kinda undermines the entire premise of this playthrough with the resource, the limited resources which are available and are being barely able to get off of the planet. I think I pushed a little bit too many biters in the early game for that already anyway, so I think we're going to, as is obvious because I'm researching worker speed too, I think we're going to have a couple tens of millions resources extra anyway. It wouldn't hurt to get some more though. A bit harder to kill. Yeah, not a bit harder to kill. Thanks Mergelmush for the 9-month subscription. Yeah, I still don't know how to read that stuff. Alright, Odium, if you're still here, then thanks for tuning in and subscribing before you went into lurk mode. Alright, so I did a little bit off cam, don't worry, I didn't do a little bit of mining off cam and now I've got a rocket silo. I just have a giant mess of an inventory and I spent 5 minutes to clear that up. As you can see, this is the official end of stream save, 178 hours, 57 minutes. Here it's like 4.5 minutes later. So you don't, at least you don't have to sit through that, you just have to sit through my way too long opening blabbering, which I cannot get rid of, which I do every time. Anyway, now we're in the game, we're getting started. I made myself a couple of notes. So notable things, we are currently rocking a modular armor. And last episode, we unlocked something new. The power armor, of course, strictly necessary on the way to rocket silo. So yeah, I think we're gonna make one of those, because if I spend, how much technology? 200,000 red, green and blue science pack to research it, I'm gonna make it. We're gonna make one, we're gonna make two. I want a bot armor and I want a running armor. I'm not sure we can afford all of that right now, because if I remember correctly, we're out of stuff. Like, we barely have any circuits left over. So we'll see. Another thing which is on the menu for today, we are making these Mark II efficiency modules in these chests over here. We made a blueprint last time over here, which basically tells us the entire base has 3.3 thousand Mark I efficiency modules in machinery, which has only 2 module slots. So those could benefit from upgrading to the uncommon efficiency module, basically making them go down to the almost absolute minimum of power consumption and pollution output. So we are making those modules right now. It's important because we have a 360 megawatt base, at least in terms of solar power. And we are using all of it. We're basically using all of it. And the problem with that is the labs are currently using 54 megawatts. But as you may have seen in the intro, only half of the labs are working, because we're currently researching 30 seconds per science pack technologies. The moment we are going into like a 60 second per technology science pack, or even like 45 seconds per science pack, which is prerequisites to rocket silo. And no matter which one we choose, more labs are gonna switch on, which means the labs will double in power. That's 108 megawatts, so we'll be pushing 400 megawatts on less than 400 megawatt of solar power. Now the easiest way to improve this would obviously be to build more solar panels, but alas, this is a Michael Hendricks stream, so looks like we are instead gonna throw these efficiency modules in all the machinery which currently is running efficiency modules, like this one. And now it has minus 78% power consumption instead of minus 60%, and that is close to the minimum of minus 80%, which is good enough. And we're gonna hope that decreases power enough. I might place down the solar panels anyway to match our uncommon steam engines. That would require 1800 extra solar panels. But unlike last time, this time we have bots. So I think it's going to be a bit easier to place it all down. Alright, I wrote something else down. No I didn't. Ah yeah, no, I did. I think it's in here as well. Oh yeah, so power armors, efficiency module, uncommons. And the other thing is we want some quality modules in these things. So we already have uncommon quality in red chips, but since we are low on green chips every time, we're also gonna upgrade these as well as these to uncommon quality modules. So there's 36 assemblers there, and 3 times 12, another 36 assemblers here. So 72 assemblers, 144 uncommon quality modules. I suppose I want to make them in here, but currently these things are still running. I guess we'll get started on the wanna-have stuff. We want the rare quality power armor, which will give us 32 inventory slot bonus things and an equipment grid of 8 by 10, which is pretty large. Is that not the old Mark II, the old power armor Mark II? It was 10 by 10. Right, it's almost 8 by 10. So we're gonna be able to fit a couple of things in there. Thanks Juiced for the baker's dozen of subscriptions. Will you add new constraints on other planets? Probably not. I haven't thought much about the other planets just yet. Alright, we're gonna need another one of these things. Basically, I want to figure out what do we have? Do we even have some chips in here? 143, that's barely any. Okay, so we have most of the stuff in these chests over here. So we don't have a lot of these things. I kind of want to figure out what configuration of armors I want to be running. So I suppose we'll go in editor mode for that. Just to check out what do we want from our armors. So let's grab 2 of those. Solar panels, we have access to legs, we have access to roboports and personal batteries, that's about it. I could theoretically, oh no, I don't have military science, so I cannot research the shields. Those require military science, right? Yeah, they do. Right. So ideally I would have 1 running armor, which looks like this. Just the maximum amount of legs with some batteries. I suppose we need some solar panels as well. Well, we can charge the batteries and then put the legs in. So maybe we'll charge the batteries like this. And then once it's full, we just put the legs in. If I make time pass, we can basically start powering this armor. If I have alright, and then the other armor, I want basically a construction bot armor. So I have currently got 9 roboports, which gives me almost 150 bots. We do want some legs in here as well. This is enough speed to move through the base without... if you go a lot faster, then it becomes kind of hard to do precision tasks in the base. So I think 2 rare legs, that is equivalent to 3 not rare legs, is gonna be enough for this armor. Which means we also need 2 batteries again, and then the rest solar panels. We could do 3 legs for this one. We also theoretically could do 12 roboports. You might think, how am I gonna power 12 roboports off of 2 batteries? I don't. These things have 35 megajoules of internal battery capacity as well. So this we can use for the legs mostly. Maybe something like this. Let's try those out. It's going to be a bit hard to get this all powered. Let's give ourselves a legendary fusion reactor for now, just to power this thing up, because it's going to take a while. Okay, this thing is already almost full. Put the stuff in there. Get out of editor mode. So currently I got this modular armor. We will be having a power armor. Right. The good armor was in the slot. Alright, so this is our running armor. Let's first try that out. Oh, that is already very fast. Yeah, we can definitely move around with this one. What's the maximum speed? Oh, that is fast. This is not sped up. This runs. I don't even feel the effect of the concrete and the red belt if I run left or right. Oh, that is fast. Okay, I do want the running armor. That's confirmed now. This is my speed without the armor. And this is the speed with the armor. The Johnnies don't have a chance. Before they wake up, I'm already past. No chance for you. Alright. That makes it also kind of safe to go up against behemoth biters, since I can outrun them. Alright, so this is something which I want. Let's put that in here. It is this armor. With 2 extra legs. Where is it? And back in here. This armor with 2 extra legs. And perhaps like 16, 24. 24 is annoying to carry. Solar panels stacked to 20. So perhaps we can do 16 extra solar panels so we can charge this when the batteries are empty. We can play around with that a little. Alright, and then the second armor. Let's power that up real quick. 12.5 megawatts, and you can see this is the internal battery charging up. That's quite a bit of internal battery. 2 legendary fusion reactors, the end game stuff, and it still takes quite a while. Yeah, I think the prerequisite is gonna be just 2. We're gonna have nothing to do at some point for like 200 hours or so. I think it's gonna be too boring. Once we've proven our point that we can deal with the biggest baddies on the planet, we have 97% evolution. It's not gonna go up any higher. We have reached the most difficult situation that we can reach on Novice. So if we prove we can take on anything, we might as well drop the requirements and get on with it. Alright, so these are charged up. Now I should be able to put some legs and panels and batteries in there as well. So the idea was, where is the legs? 2 or 3 legs. I guess it's going to be 2 legs if we're going to go with this many roboports. Okay, it's not night. Okay, we are charging. I suppose if I put the batteries like this, it's gonna be quite easy to charge up stuff, delete, put legs, put back solar panels. And then I will have an armor slot in the bottom of my inventory or something. Alright, so this is the speed I'm already running at currently with 2 legs. I think that's good enough for like precise tasks around the base. I don't think I want to go much faster than this. Yeah, 3 legs is already a bit fast. Alright then. So maybe like this. And then we want 16 solar panels for this guy as well. So I guess we can share those. 16 to charge up either this armor or this armor. Right. So the solar panels are shared. And this guy does not have anything to back it up. This is a lot of bots to control. 200 bots, that is very good, especially for Mark 1 roboports. You might think, how am I gonna power all of the roboports from these 2 batteries? But if we are careful, we won't. There's a weird kind of exploity thing in the game where bots only charge up and use energy to do stuff if they fly more than a certain distance away. I think something like 80 tiles. That's like a chunk and a half and back. Under that distance, they will not charge up and they won't use any of your personal battery. So if we are a bit secure with how we use that, then we should be able to basically have power-free robots. Where is it? These roboports won't consume any energy at all if we keep the bots from flying out too far. So all of this section will be just used to power the legs if we play our cards right. And of course we will have the running armor to switch to, but this looks like an okay configuration. Let me check the deconstruction range on this thing. Maybe I should wear it. That probably helps. That is... I am zoomed out as far as I can. I can basically deconstruct anything. Okay, so in a circular area I should be able to deconstruct stuff without the bots charging up. Let's have a check. Let's deconstruct something. There we go, the bots fly out. And you will not see a charge up animation for these bots. That's because they're not going in my armor, I suppose. Well, I messed that up because now they are gonna charge up because they're flying out twice. Maybe I can recall them still. Yeah, this I wanted to prevent, basically. This charging animation, it does not happen. I can show that. I'm a professional. I can show that. Look at that. I'll just do this. The bots fly out. And when they come back... I just don't have enough bots or something. I don't know what's going on. And when they come back, they do not do the charging animation. And they are not consuming power. We tested that last time, so trust me. Alright. Let's figure out what we need then. So that's 12 roboports. Alright, and this armor and this armor. The rest of my inventory goes away. Alright, so this is what we want. Apparently. For the solar panel side, we had 16 in one. And 12 in the one for the bots. And then I want 16 extra, I think. So yeah, that is correct. Alright, so our requirement is going to be 2 power armors, 10 legs, 10 personal batteries. That might get expensive actually, those legs especially. 12 roboports, but we already got 9 I think. How many did I make? I forgot. And 44 of these in total. That is what we want. Alright, so this thing requires 40 blue chips, 40 steel, 20 electric engines. Can I do this? No. So 80 blue chips, those those are the most expensive things. That is 160 red chips and 16, oh, that's maybe too expensive, 1600 green chips. And we've got like less than 200. Okay, maybe we cannot do 2 of them actually. We'll see, let's just see what we need. These legs, we've already got some. I think I made 3 legs. It's a bit hard to see. Yeah, we made 3 legs already. What about the Roboport? 9. Okay, so we made 9 already. And 150 construction bots. So in terms of legs, we only need 7 more. Uh, 10 blue chips, 20 steel, 30 electric engines a pop. So 70 blue chips, 210 electric engines, all of rare quality. 140 steel. I think we've got plenty of steel though, this time. Yeah, we got like over 1000 rare steel. Got a couple of those left over. But yeah, we need way more green chips. We can make them. We've got copper cable. We've got iron plates. We can just make them. This is like 9000 copper cable. Together with like 3000 steel. That could be 3000 of these green chips. So there are possibilities. Yeah, these are the exoskeletons for the bots here. Right, I'm not keeping up with chat again. I'll finish this this dive into the requirements for the armor and I'll catch up a bit. Alright, so these we need 12, but we already have 9, so we need 3 more. I can never remember. This is one of the most complicated recipes to remember in the game, I find. 45 batteries. Let's see if I can do it then, now. So we need 135 batteries. Actually, we still got 111. I think it was gears, the next one. 120 gears. Probably steel was 20 each. And red chips 10, or the other way around. Oh no, that's right, not so bad. Right, and then these things. 44, but we already made 13. Alright, that's not too many. So we got a discount though. We made 13, so we need 31. So 155 steel. Okay, steel is not important. We've got the steel. We've got the steel. We've also got this amount of red chips for sure. But we also need solar panels for that, 15 rare solar panels. Sorry, 31 rare solar panels. I think we had 1 remaining. Because I saw we have created 14 rare ones, but only 13 of these, so we should have 1 left over. Yeah, don't forget to reload. I will just make a blueprint of this chest again. And then we'll reload to go back into the real game, because now we used editor mode to test out the armors. So that is 5 copper, 5 steel, 50. That is a lot of green chips. So that's another 155 steel. So let's just double this. That's 155 copper. That's a formality. And then green chips, 465. I guess 450. We have one. We've got one remaining, so we need only 150 and I suppose 305. Just to nitpick. But those blue chips are the problem. That's 140 reds and 1400 greens. Of course, we can do some stuff, a little bit of discount with productivity, but oof. Okay, it doesn't look like we can make 2 of them right now, because that's 3,500 green chips. I do not really want to spend everything I own at the moment, so perhaps we'll just start making one. We'll put the uncommon quality modules in here, so these make quality chips faster. And then we'll just pick up more later, once they are produced naturally over there, I suppose. Okay, what's going on with science? Power? Wait, what? Wrong network. Apparently I disconnected solar from the grid somehow. Ah yeah. My entire power network to the base is connected through this idle iron mine. There we go, solar power is back. Of course. It goes out here to the right to all these mining drills and then goes out here to the solar field amidst all these biters. That is very typically me, I suppose. Oh, I haven't calculated the stuff for batteries. That's because batteries are super cheap. Barely an inconvenience. Batteries, I have 2, I need 10. So we need 8 more. And those are very cheap, as I think 10 steel and 5 batteries. And batteries is just copper and iron. That's another 80 steel. And 40 batteries. Which is 40 copper and iron. Should I spell that out? Something like that. Okay, I think that's our complete shopping list then. So now we make a blueprint of this chest, put it in the blueprint library, and we can safely reload, I suppose, with the intact power network and the achievement not disabled yet. Right, this save. If your factory gets power from one power pole, I should make it redundant. I suppose I could... we can complete the loop. There's basically a big horseshoe of power over here. So if I just complete this loop somehow, I can deconstruct any one power pole without interrupting power entirely. Suppose this could also be connected up here then. I think these chunks are red anyway. All these chunks are red anyway, so you know, once we have nothing to do, we might actually invest some time in making stuff redundant. Right, so then, but then that validates the existence of my OG iron patch mine. We need it to transfer power to the base from the solar array. Right, so blueprint. Suppose we'll pop it next to here. This is our shopping list. So yeah, do we even have stuff? 104. We don't have anything, man. Let me just quickly catch up with chat. That will make some more green chips, which I desperately need right now. Right, we also need to deconstruct some random pipes far away. Alright, the achievement is valid again. Chat will remind him and he will forget to read chat as usual. $1,600 chips is about 2 yellow bells. We need them only once though, we don't need them per minute. Yeah, but we don't need normal green chips, we need the rare quality green chips. So it's all rare quality resources. Why am I researching robot speed? Because this is a stream and we will be doing a lot with our personal construction bots, so it's just a quality of life thing to make things go by faster. Do you have rare plot mods? Yes, but not in unlimited quantity. We can make some though. Imagine if the bots aren't flying but walked instead. There actually was a mod which came with like Krastoria or Space Age in the olden days. You started out with like land-based construction bots, which was pretty cool. Right. I suppose we're just gonna make one power armor first. We've got 26. I suppose what we need most is... I forgot to do one thing. We also need 50 more construction bots. So we need... there's also just even more quality green chips. For that we need 50 robot frames. We made 150, but we will be able to control almost 200. Where is it? It's over here. So construction bots require 2 green chips each, and then these require 3 green chips each, so that's 250. There's also another 50 steel, 100 more batteries, and electric engines, 50 electric engines. Did I do the legs? I think I did the legs. Right, so in total we need 250, 300 electric engines about. I guess we're gonna want some more electric engines in due time anyway. So I think I'll just take 300 from the chest here. We need to combine those though with 600 green chips, which we don't have at the moment. That is gonna be our electric engines. I have 18 bot frames. Alright. We don't need those at all. I'm just gonna check what we need for the first armor. I've already got my 2 batteries. I've already got my 2 legs. I've got 9 out of the 12 roboports. And I made 13 of those and I need only 12. So the absolute minimum what we need to make is basically this plus 50 construction bots. The double armor is a bit ambitious at this point in time. So let's go for this. First of all, that means we need 40 of these, which means we need to make 14 more blue chips. We're gonna use productivity on those. We already need more chips than I have for this. Right, let's go and one time we collect those rare resources. Construction drones, yeah, that is the one. I thought that was that mod got discontinued, but looks like it's still alive, or alive again. Let's grab the red chips as well. See, 2 legs is already plenty fast enough to just walk through the base. It's already not annoying anymore, like it was in the entire early game. Don't think we can carry all the steel. We can grab the rare. Is it only me or is stream quality different? It should just be 6 megabits a second, like every time. The microphone might sound a bit different because I'm in a different environment. Theoretically it's the same mic, but in real life it apparently doesn't translate like that very well. Alright, this is what we came for. Okay, 280, we've got him. Scrounging around. Suppose we should use productivity. This is 14, we can only get, we can do a little bit less. This is enough if we use productivity modules. Let's make some. So we'll make, do I still have some? I don't think so. Invest. And this for electric engines. Looks like we're gonna need to do that. Alright, let's first fire up those blue chips then. And then we'll worry about electric engines. I have so many quality copper cables because I'm not really that familiar yet with Space Age, so I don't really know what I want to have in quality and what not. So if I throw, so this is like 12% productivity bonus, that means every 8.333 cycles will get one, so after 9 cycles we'll get 1 bonus. This is 13 cycles, so I need to throw everything in disassembler. I suppose we'll wait here until I can throw the rest in as well. That should make exactly the amount of chips I need. And take the rest of the steel. That was almost nothing. Alright, there we go. That is all the blue chips. We'll come back for those. quality center. That's blue chips done. Then the rest what we need, 3 roboports, which is 135 batteries, so that's 24 more batteries. But then we've also got bots. We might lose some bots, so I think I'm not gonna calculate with productivity bonus there. Oh, we've got enough electric engines for the power armor already. So then it's just 40 steel. So this is our power armor with the 14 blue chips we just made. Then we've got 18 bot frames and 8 electric engines for 26. So 24 engines and 48 of these, which I don't have. Let's make 2 more. Scrounging around. Maybe I should have waited until I had a little bit more resources. Oh well. Hopefully I have 10 again. Gimme, 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 gimme. Oh yeah, we have it. That is for blue chips later on. Alright. Let's go. That is electric engines. We were building those at the oil. Couldn't catch a stream in the last 4 weeks. What did I miss? We've got... I don't know actually. We've got a 1000 signs per minute blue science base. Only after I pause research for a minute, and then it will run at 1000 signs per minute for half an hour or so. But our true signs per minute is 992 point something. Alright, 12 cycles. Oh, these already have part of a productivity bonus still inside. I guess I'll just do half-half. We'll get 1 extra. Alright. Oh, we are gonna be in the market for some new oil outposts soon as well. Selling up a space station. Yeah, with infinite iron being possible from space, and apparently in reasonable quantities as well, the real bottleneck is going to be copper, I suppose. Because there's no way we can get that from space, and maybe to a lesser degree coal. But iron we can always get from space, copper we need to get from the ground. How is it going with our space platform storage? 215k steel already. Oh yeah, we are still quite far from actually being able to do space stuff. Alright. So we are making this. Then we need to make 32 bot frames. That's another 64 batteries. More steel, electric engines we're making, more green chips, we're waiting for those. So 64 batteries, and then we had 24 batteries to get for the personal roboports. Hey, I got a new mod. 24 plus 64 equals, there it is on screen. We need 88 batteries. Batteries are cheap, it's just copper and iron. Let's just make 2 stacks of them. Should I go productivity on those? Don't really think so. They're really that cheap. I think we need some pipes as well. Here we go again. Let's take the highway over the Johnnies. Alright, blue chips are done. Nice. There is still plenty of iron in there. So we're just gonna do this. Wrong. Always forget to select the quality. This. This. And we'll just pick up our 200 batteries in due time. That probably means we have at least started all the stuff we need to start. Hey C-Rex, somebody was just ahead of you to redeem the hydrate, but I'll do it anyway. Thanks, Soloboy. Hydrating is good today. There we got it, that's the power armor. One of them at least. We already had a bunch of the stuff, so this one was not too expensive. The real expensive part is gonna be the legs. 10 legs. Yeah, that's gonna be expensive. So we need to wait basically for to have the stuff. Alright. Bot frames. Quality. So I need 50 more bots. Batteries for making green chips, we're waiting. Okay, so we just need to wait for all 3 other resources. I think it is time to make the armor. And rare quality as well. Let's make a save for editing, Mike. Yeah. Grab this. 1, 2, there we go. Rare power armor. Should I need to do a lot of running if I now change my gear. Especially with the roboports. It's gonna take a while to charge those up again. So I think I'm not gonna do that. But that's weird anyway. 16 extra inventory slots, that starts to look pretty huge. Okay, I'll just wait until I catch my electric engines. Are they going? Oh, they're done. Okay, let's pick them up then. We'll pick those up, we'll pick up the batteries, and then we'll switch armors. Because with the power armor now, I will be running at this speed. Don't you have any more mines on your base? I have plenty of of ore patches still inside. The thing is though, I want to mine from distant ore patches as much as possible to preserve the home ore patches. Because those will run out over the course of the game, whereas the distant ones probably won't, or not as hard at least. I could have squeezed one more out of there, but I suppose it's fine. This is not the lags, this is just me speeding up the game. Looks like we won't have to be doing that much more anymore after we've got our running armor as well. Batteries, they're not done. But they're far enough ahead. Those go in here for later. Let's take the highway again. Petroleum hoarder. Yes, but it has a purpose. The purpose is I just want to get a bunch of these oil sources like we've been doing down to the absolute minimum production state, the infinite production state. So in order to do that, I just started to make, with advanced oil processing, I started to make this petroleum gas and just collecting oil. Because once they reach their minimum production state, they'll just produce that forever. So now I'll just prioritize the oil I have and the oil that is coming from the infinite oil sources over any oil sources we'll be hooking up soon. So that's the reason for these giant tanks with like 800 oil tanks, 7 million, and 400 petroleum gas tanks right here. Wait, I need less than this. I only need to make 16 in each. That's 32 batteries. And of course 48 chips each, which we don't have. Should I just make some? I think I'll have them again. This quality mechanic system has been paying off pretty well already. How many it was again? More than I have still, but we can get started on it. There goes our bot frames. Okay, so this is for the roboports. 135, 120 gears. Alright. And 100, I suppose. Then it was steel, 60 steel. And the last ingredient, red chips, 30. Alright. One, two, three. That is the 3 rare roboport. Suppose we have to bite the bullet. The sooner we do it, the better. There it goes, it's empty. Now I'm slow again. I could try to just charge up these batteries first. Wait. I think what's wrong with my power armor? Nothing is wrong with my power. Look at that thing, man. Look at that. Heck yeah. 2 legs we decided, so that's gonna look like this. I think I have some more equipment somewhere up here. The extra boards, the roboports, the legs. Another failed experiment with modular arm. I guess that one is obsolete as well. Wasted resources. Right, so my legs keep working as long as I don't insert the roboports. So I just wait until this fills up, then I can keep using the legs at least. That is my 12 roboports. Leftover batteries. Steel. Okay, these are out. Let's make the quality modules for here, the uncommon ones. 64 assemblers, 128, no. 36, 72 assemblers, 144. 144 uncommon quality modules. I got 60. No, I think I'll just make a bit more. The efficiency modules are done. Let's see what we got. 111 rare ones and 3.7k. Okay, that is a lot of efficiency modules. We're gonna deploy these things soon. These we're gonna need. We'll pick those up. We'll pick those up. All right, I'll teach you a new hand feeding trick in case you wanted to know. You probably didn't, but well, you know where you are, don't you? Okay, we want to make these, but I want to stack these things into 8 different assemblers. That is going to be a bit hard, but it's not. At least not if you don't have a construction bot network active. So half, 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 half. And then we just take this out and put it into the next one. Is this useful? I'm not gonna answer that. And then we just cancel deconstruction and they all start. Right, that's gonna do it for the chip section over there. Alright, we're just gonna make like 2 stacks of chips because it's just taking too long. In rare quality. All right. No pod mods for RoboFrames. Looks like I forgot about that. Oh well, we'll be missing out on 2 of them or so. It's too late now. 8 more is not gonna trigger the productivity bonus. That's 1 too many, but I suppose it's fine. Okay, now I got these things again. Then we're gonna need another 100 for construction bots, which you also need to make an assembler. The final stack with the robot frames once they are done. We've got these in here. That should become 25 each. I think it does. And then we're complete, right? Batteries are full. Right, I'll show you that these things are basically just personal batteries as well. The roboports are personal batteries as well, with a 35 megajoule capacity. So if I don't have anything inside, these batteries are full. We're gonna eat up exactly 35 megajoules from the battery capacity. 17.5 per battery. So yeah, that's indeed 14.5 right there on both batteries. The problem is you can of course not use this personal battery for your exoskeletons, so we do need those as well. So I suppose we're just gonna add roboports one after the other. Because if I add them too early, my speed will drop to 0. It looks like it's exactly full. If I add it too early, my speed will basically drop. Right, I did want the extra solar panels, but I think I'm gonna forego those now. We're gonna do something else while we wait for more green chips to be produced. We did this part. Are these things ready yet? Just about almost, so I suppose we can prepare to go do something. Let's throw the extra gear in a chest again. These we need to slowly insert. We're gonna have 4 stacks of bots. They'll just remain in the inventory. Why do I have this in here? Alright, last one. If you're an experimental, you can move equipment in the grid. Can you do that without... So... Can you then move a battery without deleting the energy in the battery? Or the energy in the roboport? That would be nice. I'm on 2.0.43 though, so... The stable. At least I think it's a stable one. If you listen very carefully, you will hear the desperate cry of Kovrek saying, "We didn't envision quality to be like that." I mean, it is so hard to get quality stuff, especially with only the Mark 1 quality module. We almost have to be so careful. It plays right into my over... 200 quality bots. It plays right into my playstyle. One way or the other, it does. Because you definitely don't want to make a mall which has like 20 exoskeleton equipments in the highest quality you can possibly have in stock. That's a huge waste in terms of, at least for the longest time, until you go up to mega base proportions, I suppose. You can click and drag to pick up, transfer and fast replace equipment. That doesn't specifically say that the state of the equipment is remembered though. I think it's just like I cannot click and drag the solar panels out of here. Not like you can do that with chests, for instance, but I think that sounds like it just adds this functionality to equipment grids as well, instead of actually being useful. And not deleting your entire charge from everything as soon as you pick it up. Okay, more roboports. Here it is, 200 bots. Now we've got an armor soon with a giant construction area and 200 bots under our control, almost. Almost entirely, but not quite exactly as we are used to in this playthrough. Alright, that was the annoying part of the stream out of the way, hopefully. So that is the quali armor stuff. Where is it? Only one of them though. Yeah, the better quality, we can make sure we're gonna have some better chips. It's night and my batteries are depleted. These things are almost, but not entirely full. Entirely in line with the rest of this playthrough, nothing new. We got one of those. Alright. We're gonna deploy our bots for the first time though. This is enough modules. I needed 144. Now we start off with a sprint every time. The legs fire up, fill up, and then we start off with a quick sprint before falling back down to 0. Okay, my area is not gonna be that impressive, but that's fine. This distance should be good enough so that the bots do not drain power from the batteries. Could actually check it out. Okay, we got 2 megajoules in the batteries. Let's use an upgrade planner to upgrade from normal quality to quality. There's gonna be 72 modules. I do control, yeah, I control 80 bots, so that should be in one flight. There we go. So we had 2 megajoules in the battery. The bots are coming back. They are not charging up because the flight distance is too low. It is free energy. Perpetuum mobile discovered. Now it's going down because I'm running. My legs are eating up the energy. Let's put the batteries back in because we definitely need more power. Right, we can do that one more time here. I suppose I forgot to save. Quali modules for greens copper. So nice, those bot circles flying out. Alright, we're done with the quality stuff. I probably should have waited until I actually had some resources, but oh well. We made it one way or the other. We are kind of depleted though in what we have left over now, so it's gonna be a while before we can make anything new. We still want to make these into electric engines once we get the chance for our exoskeletons and whatnot. Let's just leave him here. And then I think it is time for us to pick up efficiency modules and go see if we can lower the power consumption of the base. It has been pretty stable. As you can see, we're using about 345 megawatts on average over a 1 minute period. So that's our baseline, 345. Let's see how much effect these modules are gonna have. Don't think I can take all of them. We can throw away these. We can throw some more. Let me first throw some stuff in my just in my trash slots. We're gonna need to update from efficiency module Mark 1 to efficiency module quality 2 now. I suppose this we don't need anymore. This we don't need anymore. If I place this on my bar, I can throw it in the trash slots. I could just put it in the blueprint library actually for now. That would do as well. Alright. I can take everything. Okay, that's all my modules. Let's keep... no, we got some more. Alright. 3,800. That should be more than enough. So where the heck do we need to go with this stuff? So basically we need to find all machinery which has only 2 module slots per machine. Mining drills, we don't need to do that because these things are already running at the limit of minus 80% power consumption. A single module does minus 30%, so this is minus 90% already, which gets capped to minus 80%. If you have only 2 modules though, it's going to be minus 60%. So we need to find those machines and upgrade them to the uncommon, which has will have minus 78% power consumption and pollution output. Basically, we have made this blueprint earlier, which shows all machinery which has those modules. It's assemblers, furnaces. I suppose the labs have productivity, so those don't count. Pump jacks. I think the pump jacks already have them. Let's see if, well, we can just make a giant blueprint again and see if there's still efficiency modules Mark 1 left over if we do the same strategy. But we've got about 1.5k assemblers to find and 800 furnaces. That's the bulk of it, I suppose. So let's just start, I suppose. I do wish I had my running armor now. It's night, so we're using battery. Let's not input more roboports. Yeah, furnaces will probably be the biggest save. The electric furnaces, they do almost 200 kilowatts without modules. So at minus 6%, they'll still do like 80 kilowatts. It's gonna go down to 40 kilowatts per furnace. We had 800 furnaces. Let's try and predict what it will be. How much power are we gonna save? Actually, some of those furnaces have quality modules. So let's say 700 furnaces. Times 40 kilowatts. 70 furnaces times 400 kilowatt. 7 times 4 megawatts. We should be saving like between 20 and 30 megawatts somewhere, just from upgrading all the furnaces. $345 is the number we're looking for. Right, it's becoming day again. Let's put one more in there. 96 bots. That's exactly 4 rows. We can do 4 rows at a time without costing us power. Alright, just so we'll do this row. We'll do this row and then we check if we can already spot a difference. We have to wait for the pots to return every time. Thanks. Das Sagen, das again. I don't know how to pronounce that. For the second month subscription. Didn't even hear the sound. Right, that's like 11 furnace stacks or so. Let's see if we missed any. We can just make a blueprint of here. 528 modules have been replaced. It's a tiny save, but we still have quite a bit of modules to go. 5 or 6 megawatts or so. There's something else up here. We've got these pump jacks. Those are on speed modules, because we can afford it. Those are depleted, so if you add speed modules to depleted pump jacks, they'll just produce infinite oil faster, without depleting any resources. It's like the Norwegian version of free iron from space, except it's free oil from depleted pump jacks. I think there's nothing else up here. This all runs on speed. This all runs. This is only minus. We got some over there, I suppose. We can take those on the way back down then. Thanks for the Bezos box. Thanks for specially heading over to Twitch. That was probably the bigger effort. This one is the anathema to almost every piece of established 2.0 and space age meta. Well, that's what you get when you don't watch guides and just start playing. You develop your own way with a lot of quirky stuff. But also some, because you're not stuck sinking into the same boxes like everyone, once in a while you do discover some new stuff, you know, like the infinite productivity glitch and that kind of things. And this grabber music is so peaceful, I just cannot get over it. But this is not gonna have a noticeable effect at all, because these assemblers are hardly running. Once every 50 stone they run for like half a second. But, you know, we're gonna upgrade everything, so let's go. These ones, I suppose those as well. Not the mining drills though. I'm not gonna take those just yet. I'm gonna collect the mining drills. There are some pipes here. We can finally deconstruct those annoying pipes. Yeah, let's go. We need to go down here anyway for the furnaces again. Alright, we will take this though. Yeah, we will take this. So we can delete 0 of these mining drills right now. All of these mining drills block a biter. Block the spawning of these biters. This is a biter stone mine. An early game expansion which settled right on top of the stone. And we probably won't be able to mine out this entire patch. There's gonna be an area, these 9 tiles in the center, under the biter base, which we cannot reach. That's gonna be fun. We can reach though with the big mining drills from Vulcanus. Eventually we can mine the stone straight under the biter base. Straight from under the biter base. Why are you making so much landfill instead of saving stone for purple signs? I never intended to make purple signs on this planet to escape. Thank you bots for being so slow. Bot speed 2 incoming. So I never intended to make purple signs here because we were gonna go away anyway. Now that you say that, it might have been... I think stone is usually not a bottleneck. But we want to make more of these expansion squares on the lakes, which is what we have been using our landfill for so far. That really helps in limiting the total amount of expansions that are still successful, which hopefully are near 0 at this point. Do not see the blinking circle at the moment though. Is Easter egg still active? Yes, for now it's still active, but we're probably just gonna undo it as soon as we show to the Easter egg that we can defeat any biter base on this planet, including the behemoth wormed giant biter base things. Right, another advantage of having the logistics trash slots is denying the bots access to repair packs. So they won't take him from the trash slots, but if I pick him up, they will fly out and repair. That has been an annoyance for quite a while, that they just fly out to repair some random wall in here. And I need to basically wait for them to come back. No more, unless I show it off, I suppose. Where are we even going? We're going this way, so we need to go around that lake. Let's hurry up a bit. Alright, so we're still at 340 megawatts or so, I suppose. Let's upgrade these. That's another 135 furnaces, 270 modules, because half of them have quality for the steel. That is how we've been getting our quality steel. So I suppose we'll do 90 at a time. Let's at least make one nice visual for editing Mike. Yeah, I ran out of air conditioning materials. Later on we had to build brick homes for the biters. Let's call it that. Upgrade the quality of their walls. Doesn't sound very good, does it? Alright, let's see. Alright, we have definitely lost like over 10 megawatts already. What is the next section? There's another 4 furnace stacks over here. I suppose we'll go there. There's nothing over there except mining drills. I think the rest should be in the base actually. I think we don't quite have as many modules. We have too many modules, I think, because we did the blueprint, which says we need 3.3k modules. We need to replace 3.3k modules. We did that before we switched engines over to productivity modules. Those had efficiency modules as well. Man, I cannot wait to get the mech armor on Fulgora and 5 million signs so I can fly over these cliffs. That's not gonna happen, but you can always hope or dream. 10 whole megawatts. That is a lot, considering that we were like 10 megawatts away from the maximum. I think I can do this. If I stand in the middle, hopefully the bots won't charge up. Actually, I'm full again. I suppose we can actually just watch the furnaces specifically. 72 megawatts down to 58, 57, 58. 14 megawatts saved on the furnaces. Right? We got a bunch of... Oh, I forgot about that. I've got electric furnaces in my home base. I think that's everything outside though. Yeah, these are already running on the Mark II efficiencies because they were a pollution problem earlier on. Which planet are you going to first? I haven't decided yet. I was gonna go Vulcanus originally, then Fulgora first. I changed mine to Fulgora first because Vulcanus is the obvious choice. So just for interest's sake. Yeah, this was once a glorious green science iron mine. No longer. Once we're done with all this upgrading nonsense, we really should start getting ourselves some more oil. Alright, that's the end of my battery. So now we go to Grabber first. Let's go Aquilo first. I'll just stay on Novice indefinitely with the new prerequisites. Like atomic bomb for thrusters. Right, this is clearly not electric furnaces. I need to go... I suppose these could be upgraded as well. So let's do that on the way. It's mostly running on quality, but the belts and inserters themselves, they cannot be quality. This is the typical, like, one single twig versus a bundle of twigs kind of thing. Where one twig doesn't make a difference, but if you upgrade everything, it has a major impact. How many bots are we controlling now? 128. So the trick only works if I don't let the bots fly out twice, because then they'll go over the maximum distance, and they will be charging up when they come back. So I gotta wait for the bots to return, and they won't charge, they won't take power from the armor. Alright. Here we run on hyper modern stone furnaces still, for nostalgia reasons. What else? I suppose these. That I'm gonna do myself because the bots definitely will get targeted by the Johnnies. But I can just throw them in from a distance. This already has 3 modules, so we don't need any of that. Suppose this is one. Probably should be using productivity in here really, but this is almost idle anyway. Once this chest fills up, we're gonna stop making miners this way. Pipes are still running on these Mark I slots. These are idle, but if I don't deconstruct them, they'll upgrade them. Okay, engines are running. Okay, the science assemblers, that's where all the things are. I forgot about that. Yeah, the red and green science assemblers. I think it's gonna be faster if I just run along. instead of waiting for the bots. Suppose we'll check with the upgrade planner if I didn't miss any. I think there's gonna be a pretty big power save as well. We have got a lot of inserters making these science packs. No, it's not possible to research everything with the resources currently under our control. That was kind of the point of making the change, to force us into uncomfortable territory where we will have to face the behemoth worms and behemoth biters somehow. Right, one more line. That's a huge amount of Mark II modules. I think that's most of the missing ones. See if I missed some. No, 1000 Mark II modules and 0 Mark I modules in there. Okay, good. I think we have almost everything then. Just gonna throw these in here. Every machine should have some modules. The celebratory last ones, I suppose. This is never gonna switch on again, I think. So let's waste more modules on there now that we no longer need them. Because I'm gonna make the blueprint, everything should be upgraded. Well, let's check it out. So first of all, how many modules did we replace? Roughly 2.4k. 2,500 about. And we still have over 1,000 left. We are not done building, so we're gonna use those at some point, I suppose. Then we have to redo this blueprint, which told us how many modules there were in the base. It's less than 3.3k, because the engines were still efficiency modules at this point, whereas now they have the productivity modules. And I just realized we can make a true 1000 science per minute base. We can do it. I think. Yeah, I think we can do that quite easily now, thanks to those productivity modules. We'll get to that. Let's first man, I cannot believe I can make a true 1k science per minute base after having 992 science per minute all this time. Let's not celebrate too early though. Blueprint time. Entire map. This is not gonna go wrong. This is definitely safe to do. It is amazing how flawless it works, right? Look at how many entities are in there. And it just makes it. And fast too, man. It's incredible how well this game is coded. It's just incredible. 170, 210, 220, 230, 240, 200, at least like 250,000 things are in this blueprint. Like unimaginable. It took like a second or two. Alright, so now we just delete everything that does not contain modules. So chests, belts, inserters, splitters, steel furnaces, radars, lights, boilers, splitters, radars, pumps, Inserters. Alright. So you see we still have a lot of efficiency modules around, but that is because all of the things which have 3 efficiency modules are still in here. So let's delete everything which has 3 module slots, like mining drills, more mining drills, chemical plants, oil refineries, okay, we missed 270 efficiency modules. Let's first create the blueprint. Where did we miss them though? Did we miss them in here? We can basically toggle those. Okay, so I deleted the furnaces, but the modules are still there, so the furnaces have been upgraded. So now we just toggle each thing on and off. Alright, there's got to be some normal assemblers, but which ones? 270. Oh, I know which ones. Those are the ones in, I think it's the copper cable assemblers in the red chip area. Alright, but now we know there is 270 left over. So this many. Wait, I'm literally standing on top of them. That is 160 modules right there. How did I miss that? Oh yeah, but I also forgot about these, the copper cable ones. Alright, let's put the last one in as well. It's gonna drain the battery, that's fine. But pretty soon we'll have, well, we now control 200 bots almost, and we have a construction area as large as the screen. I'll just save it like I planned it like this all along. Last 2 batches. Can you put the entire base? I suppose you can put it in the library, but I think if the blueprint library goes beyond a certain size, it is bad for RAM usage, yeah. Right. I have 162 left over. I missed one single assembler somewhere, the mystery assembler. But where could it be? That's a great question. Okay, the real question is how much power will we be using now? Let's get some predictions in chat. Before the upgrades we were doing 345 megawatts out of 360. We've literally upgraded everything to Mark II assemblers except for one machine which somehow didn't get the modules. But it's over here. It's not over here. The rare miner assembler. Are you kidding me? Yes, it is. It is the rare mining assembler. Alright, we'll upgrade that one as well. By hand. Johnny's get to do a celebratory shooting. Oh, that was a bad idea. We get to do a celebratory repairing. Then this one, which is out of use, but we'll throw it in anyway. That's all. All of the modules have been upgraded. About 30% less. 310 megawatts. 323, 999 terawatts. Where's the 1.21 gigajoules? Come on, you disappoint me. Alright, let's go. I need to do a prediction as well. Okay, so what I really need it to be like 54 megawatts less. It's not going to be 54 megawatts less. I need it to be 54 megawatts less because the labs are going to be doing 54 megawatts more. I need it to be 40 megawatts less at least. I'm going to go 40 megawatts less. So 305. That is going to be my hope. Nope. 320. So we saved about 318 perhaps, it looks like. We saved about 25 megawatts only. That is actually not too great. So we upgraded. It's mostly normal assemblers. So assemblers hardly dropped from 70 megawatts, they went to 62. That is because, well, we've been dropping assemblers from efficiency 1 to efficiency 2, but we've got so many assemblers which are having like quality modules which run at full power, or even productivity modules, and those run at twice the power, 270 kilowatts per assembler, whereas the efficiency one run on 33. That's like a tenth of the power almost. Okay, that means I cannot avoid it. I was hoping I could avoid it. If I want to research things like mining productivity, which is going to activate all the labs, we're going to need more solar panels. That is basically the gist of it. I'm going to have to construct more solar panels. I've been doing everything in my power to prevent it for some reason, but we're going to have to do it. Or do we? We could of course reveal the great secret way, where we hope to defeat the behemoth biters with, and especially the behemoth worms. Those are going to be the main problem. Those have a lot of resistances, including the newly added 80% laser resistance, which could keep laser turrets busy for quite a while with 15,000 effective hit points. All the while the behemoth biters with 3,000 hit points are chewing on the turrets, and the behemoth spitters are destroying them from afar. So it's probably not going to be laser turrets, except it's going to be laser turrets. So yeah, it's laser turrets. As always, laser turrets. I am kinda ashamed, no, embarrassed. I'm kinda embarrassed to admit I didn't even think about laser turrets when I started this challenge. If I did think about laser turrets, I would have banned them, because laser turrets are just too OP, man. At least they were in Factorio 1.1. Perhaps, perhaps I'm going to have a rude awakening here, but to me, laser turrets, especially in combination with bots, seems like it will be possible to take on bigger bases, as well as the bigger biters and whatnot. We're gonna need a lot of power though to power laser turrets, especially the unupgraded laser turrets, which also require military science, which we don't have. But laser turrets, raw stats not too great, 20 laser damage at 1.5 times a second, so that's 30 DPS against 15,000 effective hit points behemoth worms, and those don't stay alone in the nests, of course. Yeah, that's like 100 seconds for a single turret to shoot a behemoth biter, ignoring healing. All the while a single turret consumes over a megawatt of power. And the higher quality laser turrets don't do more damage. They have more health and they have more range, but no more damage, so there is no easy out for that one. So I hope I can put my money where my mouth is with this laser turret gambit. Because that is where my money is at. It's the only way. Flamethrower turrets, you can set target priorities, but they have collateral damage, so they'll destroy nests regardless. The other turrets are only extraterrestrial. Landmines, again, they explode nests just as hard as biters. Poison capsules could take the worms down, but they still are not... The poison capsules don't do anything against behemoth biters, they're just too beefy. Bots cannot have target priorities to avoid the nests, I don't think. Gun turrets are basically too weak. Unless we like have yellow ammo or like yellow science upgrades in terms of damage and whatnot. And laser turrets can actually have quite a few upgrades with only blue signs. I think they can have 4 damage upgrades and 4 shooting speed upgrades. Quite expensive, quite expensive at 400k. We don't need to get them all, perhaps. We'll see how that goes. So yeah, 100k, 200k, then we get it to 60 seconds per science pack again. 40%, 30, 20, and 10? 20. Alright, so we'll roughly double the damage if we get all of them, which could be 40 damage per shot. And then shooting speed. And those are cheaper, I think. 50, 100, 200, 200. 10%, 20%, 30%, 30%. Okay, so they'll become almost twice as fast while doing slightly over twice the damage. So I guess that's about 4 times the DPS if we have all upgrades. So 120 DPS per turret. But then they consume more power because they shoot twice as fast. So it's 2.4 megawatts per turret. 120 DPS doesn't sound that great if we compare it to basically a gun turret. This gun turret with red ammo. 11 damage times 10 times a second. That is 180 DPS right off the bat. And we still haven't even researched a shooting speed upgrade, and we only got 2 damage upgrades. So with more damage upgrades, maybe gun turrets need to be fed ammo though. Laser turrets are just point and click. The thing about laser turrets though, why I think they are the only choice for this challenge, is we can basically set target priorities ignoring the nests. Basically all the things in there ignore unlisted targets and they won't shoot the nests, and the laser turrets can do that as well. And these things have like pinpoint accuracy, they never miss, just like gun turrets, they never misshoot. And if bots place them, I never accidentally misplace one, which causes the filter to not get copied. So if I just strictly let the placing be done by bots, we should be good with laser turrets. Alright, let's save right here. Laser turret reveal, I suppose. Let's go into editor mode real quick. We can pretend we actually have all the upgrades. We'll also give gun turrets the same amount of upgrades. So shooting speed 4. We can actually get shooting speed 5 with only blue signs apparently. What about damage? Also can get damage 5. Okay, let's check our gun turret now. With the red ammo, that is 26 damage, 21 times per second. That's a lot of damage, you know? 26 times 1 times 21, I suppose. Has 540 DPS over 120 DPS for the laser turret. There's one minor issue though. It's not a minor issue, it's a giant issue. Physical damage, which is gun turrets, is the only category, is basically the only category on Norvise at least, which enemies have a flat resistance against. So even though the behemoth worms have 80% laser damage resistance, they don't have a flat resistance. So it's 80% of whatever the damage is. Whereas for bullet damage, they just deduct 10 damage from the total, which basically makes... This is why it was impossible to take out worms before. We couldn't surpass 8 damage on our red ammo. And these things just don't take damage almost from ammo. They take like fractional damage if the flat resistance is higher than the damage. But for lasers, even fully unupgraded lasers, they just do 80% of 20 damage. 16 damage per shot. With all the upgrades, double damage, it's only 32 damage per shot. So it just doubles. Right with the upgrades. Whereas the upgrades for the early game gun turrets have quite a significant effect, because you're quite literally like slightly under the threshold of 8 damage or slightly over, and it makes a huge difference. So with 5 upgrades though, 12 physical resistance, we have like 26 damage. That's gonna be reduced to 14. It's gonna be reduced to 14, and then we get the extra resistance on top of that. So 10% of 14, so roughly 12 damage per red bullet. That is how crazy that flat resistance is. I think for late game it's gonna be laser turrets bots placed, simply because they don't need ammo. It's gonna be not possible to supply a couple dozen turrets all with ammo just from the personal construction bots. Even with 200 bots, that's not gonna be feasible, I think. We're gonna need laser turrets to try to get the job done. So now that we got the... Let's actually just make an experiment. We'll do a firing squad. Firing squad, some laser turrets fully upgraded. Let's first do not upgraded laser turrets. I guess it's easier if I just load my game. The important step of times one, yeah. Yeah, the laser turrets have way more hit points, which lets them survive for a lot longer. You can get 24 base damage with uranium ammo, which only costs 1 million yellow science packs, so that's not gonna happen anytime soon. As well as another... Okay, 150k is not too much, but that just goes to show how much is 1 million, I suppose. That is not gonna happen anytime soon. What happened to the Skyblock Minecraft world? It was finished and it stayed that way forever. Alright, firing squad. Let's go 1 worm type each. Alright, we'll have them in line. Little Johnny, Medium Johnny, Big John, and Behemoth John. We're gonna have like... How many turrets? Let's do like 10 turrets each. This is a good save for 666. Alright, let's first do gun turrets. We have... gun turrets are not gonna fare good against behemoth worms right now because of the 10 flat damage resistance. I also need to place them super close, apparently, to be in range of the behemoth. Guess I can use just use normal gun turrets. Alright, 10 gun turrets. The behemoth worm should be in range. Man, gun turrets range is so bad. That's the other reason to use lasers, man. This is like 18 range where the laser has 25, I suppose. Right, ammo. Where is my ammo? Time is paused. Let's set up the full Monty. We'll also set up the laser turrets, even though they won't be shooting yet. 10 laser turrets as well. Powered by fake power. Incorporated. Alright. So now we're gonna have a couple tests. First up, let's just test without any upgrades. So we'll also delete the shooting speed upgrade, the damage upgrade from gun turrets. We unresearch the damage. So now we basically have 8 damage gun turrets. Right. So we'll save that over here. For now we just delete this. We can reload then. This is test 1. Predictions goes down incredibly fast, goes down incredibly fast, goes down goes down slowly, goes down very slowly. Because 8 armor, we're gonna do like half a point of damage. So that's 3000 bullets. We don't have 3000 bullets. Okay, this guy is not gonna go down. The behemoth worm is not gonna go down at all. Okay, this is not gonna work. We're gonna give ourselves the upgrades we already had. Now this guy is gonna go down because we're doing 11 damage against 8 armor. And this guy might go down. This guy won't go down, we'll run out of ammo. Let's get a refill. Right, I forgot about quality magazines. Those do have more damage, don't they? Yeah, those do have more damage. But it's gonna be hard to mass produce. It's gonna be hard to mass produce ammo. Alright, let's go. We'll go half speed. That was quite fast. Alright, normal speed. Yeah, they're already not gonna win, are they? Alright, they took down this guy. This guy is barely gonna lose hit points though. Alright, Behemoth Worm wins. In the unupgraded one. Unresearch. Alright, we got him down to 2300 hit points or so. 23.5. Alright, let's load back. Unupgraded lasers turn. So those things have 1000 hit points. That just might save them. The gun turrets had only 400. Half speed. This guy is gonna go down incredibly fast. It's gonna be one shot basically. Let's see if we can just frame by frame. This guy is gonna be one shot by 10 turrets, doing 20 damage each. 200 hit points. Okay, it looks like the lasers need to turn a bit. But that's it for this guy. Oh no, he has 1 health remaining. He's healing. So it's gonna take a little bit more time. Alright, half speed. Took a lot longer to get the small and medium worm down though. So if we go normal speed. Yeah, basically the increased hit points are keeping our turrets from getting destroyed. Let's see if the behemoth can take out the turrets. I think the behemoth will win still. 80% damage resistance. Already under 2300 hit points though. He's screaming a lot as well instead of shooting. Shoot already, come on! Yeah, we're gonna go double speed. Well, if he's not attacking, the laser turrets are gonna win. Too much screaming, not enough shooting, Mr. Behemoth Worm. Alright, we almost got him down though. 400 hit points remaining or so. But you just can see how slow it goes, right? Alright. Back. Now we go with the upgraded variants. So we'll give the gun turrets all the blue upgrades. I suppose the lasers as well. Laser 4. Damage 4. Alright, so now I think the gun turrets will win quite easily. Because the beamed worm only has 10 physical resistance and we're doing 26 damage. So 16 damage times 21 per second times 10 turrets. Hey, 16 damage times 10 turrets times 21 bullets a second. They should be able to take him in a second, within a second. That is insane. Okay, we gotta go slow for this test. Let's go 1/4 of the speed. He didn't even shoot once, he wasted his time screaming. That is the power of the double application of ammo damage to the gun turrets. That was insane, right? What a difference with the unupgraded variant. Holy moly. 0 damage. But yeah, abysmal range. You could see how close I had to place those worms in range. If I go to any self-respecting nest, I think I cannot... we're still going at a 1/4 speed. I cannot even reach the middle. Alright, I kinda lost it, but I couldn't reach the middle from there. Alright, here it's visible. So the turret radius does not even come close to reaching in the center here. And they have very few hit points, so they will be destroyed very quickly and all the expensive ammo inside is gonna go to waste. If we can already get it in time. Right, let's do the upgraded laser test and see how that fares against the behemoth worm. Can I do some prediction for this as well? 42 damage times 2.85 a second. 2.85 shots per second times 42 damage. Is 190 damage times 10 turrets. But then it has 80% resistance to laser. So 300 divided by, 3000 divided by 240 DPS. 12.5 seconds for the laser turrets if they are all still standing. That's like more than 12.5 times as long as the gun turrets would need. Okay, I suppose normal speed is fine. Right, the big worm died quite quickly, but this guy needs quite a beating. It's gonna be a lot harder if there's a couple of those guys around. Even then, with the upgrade, it's gonna be quite bad. And it's gonna be even harder if there's also like some behemoth biters running around. And some spitters, it's already too late. So we'll see how well that goes. It is looking that it's not gonna go that well. I mean, this is like an expansion-sized nest, right? It might, right, let's, yeah. Hail Mary. If you don't have enough lasers, all you need is more lasers. That is probably true. We can do more lasers. I'm not gonna go into full test against the nest just yet. We have some time still before we need to make a true decision. At least we can deal with expansions remotely if they threaten to come into our base. Alright. That marks the end of this upgrade planner. The Mark 1 efficiency modules are not obsolete because we can still use them for the mining drills and all the other 3 module slot machinery, like the oil stuff. That is why you use RT. Alright. I suppose. What about quality poison? I think it's still gonna be not enough. Unless poison scales like 100% per level. No, it doesn't. It's just 30. Alright, so even 20 damage poison capsules, which we cannot get. We can get like 13 damage. What is that, per second? It works for worms because they are stationary, but biters just run out of the cloud. That's not going to be very effective, I think. Is it not worth doing the research speed upgrades? At some point you're saving dozens of hours of time. That's only if you can supply... Research speed is basically like quality assemblers. It increases the crafting speed, but then you also gotta supply more resources. And this setup is calibrated to go 1000 signs per minute without research speed upgrades. If I now would have research speed upgrades... let's just do this real quick. Say I have research... Let's say I just have all of them, just to show the difference. Basically what's gonna happen is all of the labs are just gonna run dry. And I'm still doing the same signs per minute. Just for a split second I'm doing more because all the labs were full. But I'm just gonna have less active labs. I suppose that is good for power though. I could do that for power. But it would mess up my thumbnail. I'm a content creator. Everything for the thumbnail. So that's the difference between having full research speed bonus and having none. Signs per minute is the same on average. Right, I went into editor mode again, didn't I? I don't think poison affects the nest, so it only takes out the worms and the biters, so it would be viable, but I mean, we gotta find a way to out DPS the replenishment spawns of the nests. Poison capsules don't really seem like they would help a lot with that. Okay, now I got tons of these. Alright then. So what is the research part from here? Okay, so we got the rocket silo part. The rocket silo part just requires rocket fuel, low density structures, concrete, which is not a blue science technology actually. And then rocket silo itself, we are literally 4 techs away from a rocket silo. It is 2 million science, but it is 4 technologies only. If we go laser turrets, we actually need to set up. I earlier got flamethrower turrets with just 50k, you know, Michael Hendricks hand-fed method. 50,000 science packs of hand feeding. But even I am not crazy enough to do that for the entire laser turret ordeal. If we're going to go laser turrets, we're gonna need some real military science setup. Perhaps not 900, because I suppose we can stash them in chests while we are researching other stuff. But it's a lot of science. 150k to get the laser turrets themselves, and then it's 50, 150, 550, 650, 850, 1550. It's about one. Whoa. That is 1.7 million science to get all the upgrades. That is way more than I expected. That's basically the same amount of science as it takes to get to rocket silo. What does low density unlock? Anything good? No, not really. Not for us at the moment. Oh, there's a big deviation. If it doesn't work, it's a big deviation. Could be good to have on the spaceship though. Like the asteroids, I think the medium asteroids need gun turrets, but the tiny ones can be destroyed with laser, if I remember correctly, from the one game I played of Space Age before this. Where are the asteroids? I cannot even find them. Okay, 20% laser resistance is nothing. 90% laser resistance is a lot. 95, 99. Right, so no asteroids are vulnerable to laser, but we could save a lot of ammo by taking out the small asteroids. With lasers. 100 health, we'll have like 6 damage ammo or something like that. Maybe 7. If it's yellow ammo. And that's gonna be cheaper. It's like 8 iron to take out each asteroid. So I think it might pay off to have lasers available. I'm convincing myself to go laser. We cannot research this until we got military science up though. So perhaps I will postpone the decision. What do we do then? Mining productivity 2, perhaps? We only need this if we go laser. If we don't go laser, we don't need this. This is gonna be good for like Vulcanus as well, though. Extra tungsten and whatnot. How goes the space? I'm debating if I should deviate to laser. It's only a 1.7 million science detour, but that potentially could allow me to take out some, at least some nearby biter bases, which I can get the resources back, I feel. I can deal with expansions, I can truly deal with expansions. The game won't be... You know, that kind of does it. I want to go laser. There's still a small chance that a biter expansion might ruin my game. Especially since I cannot really control the size of and shape of my pollution cloud that much. So... laser turrets would give me the ability to take out smaller nests at least, and even like smaller expansions. So that basically, laser would eliminate the threat of being eliminated by a single unfortunate biter expansion, however small the chance is that that expansion will actually happen. Alright, we're at least gonna... Is laser a prerequisite for anything else? I guess it is now. Bots. It is not a prerequisite for thruster, normally speaking. I think it is a prerequisite for those Tesla turrets things. $1.5 million though. Okay, I cannot see it because I effed up the thruster prereqs. Alright. Looks like achievement is still valid. We gotta decide soon though. We don't have power to go mining productivity just yet. Let's go for laser. Let's go for it. It is only 100k. Gives me the time to set up the solar panels to power all the labs for the mining productivity tech. And if the laser experiment fails, well, we'll consider that learning money. That's a bad idea. Is it a bad idea? Should I go in editor mode? Yes or no? Thanks Windtalkers for the subscription. I don't hear the sounds anymore. What's going on? Sorry if I missed people. Learning tuition. Yes, editor. Mining prod, no. Now it's part of the journey. Alright. Roughly equal votes. Throw your opinion in chat real quick. Editor mode or no editor mode, just to test it on. I'm not gonna test it on a behemoth base. I want to experience that later on. To the struggle. I do want to test it though on like... Can I take out like... I don't know, do we have like some useful resources to claim? Here's a big stone patch for purple signs, maybe, if we go that way. There's a bunch of good resources here which I couldn't claim in the early game. So maybe we'll test it against like these nests over here. That looks easy though. Okay, we'll test it over here then. Yes, test it, don't test it, embrace the chaos. editor mode. One of the reasons I watch your content is for the advanced knowledge of how things will play out. Alright, it looks like there's a general consensus towards testing. Alright, so we go testing then. We'll load save 666 again, as I already had some stuff in there. Let's delete this and the Johnnies. So we'll need to physically go over to somewhere over here. This is the Dutch waterworks, obviously, and the North Sea. A little bit polluted already. Right, so what do we need to do the test? Basically, I need an infinity chest. That's all I need. If you could legitimately get your hands on one of those in the game, you can have everything you could potentially desire, including more infinity chests. I got my armor as well. Right. I want a stack of those. The rare quality ones. We're gonna need some laser turrets. Let's grab the quality ones. Some substations. Oh wait, we don't have substations. So do these. Okay. These are like mini substations, I suppose. I didn't expect that. Well, okay, what I was gonna say is getting ahead of myself. So does only the wire, the maximum wire length increase? Or also the supply area? I thought it was going to be only the maximum wire length. But apparently it's also the supply area. Okay, so we can use those then. We gotta set up the priorities. Can I still do that from the early game? I'll just do it here. Does it really matter? Worm. I think I should go up from smallest to biggest, because the smallest one dies super fast. I don't want to get all of them tied up while these are doing DPS against the laser turrets. Spitters first. I think the spitters are the most dangerous. Alright, that's all the enemies possible on Northeast. Then we ignore unlisted targets. Copy it around. We probably want the couple one which prioritize biters, so not all of my laser turrets will be tied up. Corner turrets are always weak. What if I do this? Legendary wooden power pole. How many hit points do these things have anyway? 150? 100? Wait, wooden power poles have the same hit points as steel power poles. I thought they had like half. Was that changed? I thought these were much more finicky. 160 hit points for a rare wooden power pole. 160 hit points for a rare steel power pole. These have more, 240. I guess that's better then. The substations have even more, but that is of course an entire separate technology, which is not really required. What about rare substations though? If we need to research stuff anyway. Where are my infinity chests? I think that's overkill. This is like much more modular to place around nests. There's like a smaller entity, and it has a larger wire reach to not accidentally place it too far out, I suppose. Okay, let's try this. Snap to grid, relative. That is too large. It has to overlap. 8 by 8. Alright, perfect. I think that will work nicely. Alright, 200. 1000 laser turrets. This one time. I do need my bots. I do need the repair packs. I suppose let's do rare repair packs. No idea how many I'll need. Okay, this is so I can charge up if I run out of power. Okay, I don't need anything else. Just my bots. That's all right. We're gonna need an infinite energy source. I think that's it. We are ready. 666 A. Laser test. Bigger nest. I wouldn't do repair packs. I'm not planning to use them during the fight. I'm planning... There's a bunch of stuff in my logistics slots. Everything in there. Everything out of here. Alright. Some hotbar. There's my blueprint. Yeah, at least it's in the copy paste queue somewhere. Okay, that goes on one. The repair packs go in the trash slot so the bots cannot reach them. We need some specialized deconstruction planners as well. One which only picks up laser turrets and power lines, I suppose. Manual laser. I should not be placing laser turrets manually. I only want the count of what I have. I'm not really sure what else I need. Maybe a bot counter on the bar. I think we're ready. Switch on the roll port. Now if I place this out of range. Alright. Quality sucks. I have made the wrong blueprint. Because we have quality lasers and not normal lasers. It's good I checked that before going in. I would be charging the biters with my rare power poles and no lasers. Right, that's good. Quite fast as well. I'm gonna give myself that bot speed 2, which we have almost completed. Let's see the difference. That is a lot faster. It feels a lot faster. Can you just upgrade planner this? I don't think you can. You need to do like specific filters on the upgrade planner to get that to work. Alright, it is night. Night is a great time for laser turret shows. I'm gonna save that here, because this is the point where stuff is gonna go wrong. Upgrades. I forgot about upgrades. I don't think I'm not gonna be waiting until I have all upgrades before I attack, I suppose. I mean, if I have to do 1.7 million research before I can do anything, it's not really gonna be worth it. Maybe I can get the cheaper ones. Shooting speed 1 is 50k, which is the most efficient anyway. Then, okay, so there is no flat resistance against laser, so basically shooting speed or damage is the same in terms of DPS increase. This is 10% DPS increase for 50k. Wait, I do have all the damage upgrades researched already. Okay, laser damage 1. And shooting speed 1 we have. Now let's compare this. Okay, so shooting speed 1, 10% DPS for 50k, damage 1, 20% DPS for 100k. So we should probably do shooting speed first, then damage 1, because it's the same DPS increase, but shooting speed completes earlier. Shooting speed 2 is 20% DPS for 100k. So that's the same like damage 1. 30% DPS for 200k. 40% DPS for 200k. Okay, so that doesn't get more expensive. This is 20% DPS for 200k. Wait, that is not better. This gives me 20% DPS for 100k. At the cost of more energy though. The shooting speed does consume more power, whereas the damage does not if I... At least that's how it works in Factorio 1.1. But in terms of DPS, a shooting speed seems to be better than damage. Especially since this is 30% for 200k. This is 30% for 300k. 40% for 400k. So yeah, it looks like shooting speed first. After we get the first level of both, it's shooting speed first. This is 100k. Let's give ourselves this shooting speed. So now we have shooting speed 2 and damage 1, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, damage 2 is not in there. Shooting speed 3 is available for research, damage 2, alright. So, shooting speed 2, damage 1. How much does a laser turret do? Now it shoots almost twice a second for 24 damage. That's like 45 DPS or so. Before resistances, of course. Alright, we'll save that here then. Yeah, this is just a test to see if we should even bother going for it. Going for laser or not. The worms are over here. Both of these nests have only like a lot of small biters still. So we're not gonna have a big wave of enemies coming in. I'm gonna have to attack to the south. I don't really like that. It's not really the most visible area, but oh well. I'm just gonna try zooming out. Right, we should place a power line on the infinite power thing as well. Just building up. I hit my repair packs. What's going on with this? Why are these not powered? No, what? The bots betrayed me again. Oh! That was only a medium worm. Well, it takes quite a while to take out those enemies. We are doing it though. Look at that behemoth. Oh, we're taking him out. Alright, and the medium worms are no match for us. This should be easy then. That is way easier than I thought it would be even. The worms are just melting away. Okay, I gotta be careful that I not walk ahead of my bots too much. That's all the worms down, I think. No losses. No losses. Got some damage, but no losses. Oh, we basically got a laser zoo. And that is with damage 1 and shooting speed 2 only. Of course, there's no behemoth worms in there. Let's plop a couple in there. Okay, that's not going to be a representative test because all the lasers are down from the get-go. But let's say there's a couple behemoth worms in here instead of those medium ones. How is that gonna end for us? That looks like a normal amount. Okay, now we're having losses. I don't know how feasible it is to get this many rare turrets though. So perhaps I'm over... Okay, that looks like the laser thing. I'm like overbuilt a bit. These turrets shouldn't have 1600 hit points maybe. Especially if I'm going to be losing them, they're quite expensive. But we... Alright, we took down the behemoth worms. Is this going to be so easy? That is extremely easy. Alright. This time we're gonna upgrade the worms before we can just go to a behemoth worm nest then. Let's go. I should not really explore stuff which I didn't see yet. Also, I should kill all units. So I can get the enemies to spawn relevant to the evolution factor. Yeah, like that. That looks much more like it's 100% evolution. Is there space for me? Okay, I'm gonna station myself here. Alright, so let's see. We'll try with the same upgrades, I suppose. I don't think this is gonna go well. If this goes well... this is not gonna go well. I have no faith in this. This is too much. This is too much. How wide can we go? 7, 8. Problem is these behemoth worms are gonna shoot. Still big worms only. Okay, there's big and behemoths in there. Let's go for this nest anyway. Yes, those guys have stupid long range. And I'm going to instantly die to their acid if I walk in there. Oh, here comes the bunch. I am tied to the speed of my bots. I think I'm gonna be out of bots pretty soon. 58 bots died already, if not more. Are we making headway? Alright, I think I've seen enough. We've seen enough. I'm not gonna save. I don't want to ruin the full experience, but I think we have at least figured out that lasers are viable for some cases. Maybe even for... I'm not sure we can push this. I don't know if a little bit more damage per second is gonna do the job. The turrets are not gonna get stronger. The bots are not gonna get faster. But we did test that the nearby guys can get... Yeah, the nearby guys, they can get That's easy. So yeah, this how many resources is that? 12 million, over 20 million iron, 10 million copper. It's going to be a bit hard to mine this copper though with all those biter bases on top. But we can extract a good amount of that. So this area is going to be easy to take, I suppose. 20 million iron, 10 million copper, which currently we have access to not at all. We probably can find some more patches which now we cannot take, which we can take if we have laser turrets. So I say at least the early levels of laser turrets are gonna be worth it. So damage 1 we had in there. Let's get damage 1 first. Shooting speed, shooting speed. Damage is energy free, so let's get that one first. These are all equivalent in terms of damage upgrade per science pack. 20 for 100, 10 for 50, and this is again 20 for 100. If you would approach from more angles at once, you would have gotten a better outcome. It's kinda hard to maneuver my bots around that fast. I already had to wait for a pretty long time for them to come back. Bots feeding turrets ammo, I think no, because my what's it called? Cargo. These are pretty steep technologies to get the bots to carry more than ammo at a time. So we'll likely be stuck at one ammo per bot, which the guns are going to shoot faster than the bots can supply them, and they need to place the guns as well on top of that. I'm confused. No, I am not killing nests indeed. Step after that would be to place the walls around. Of course that also can be done with bots, but we'll save that for... I just wanted to check the viability. It is viable. At least we can get back the resources we invest. This is 3 million, 4.5, 7.5, 9. It's like 12 million. Wait, how much was it again? This is 3 million already. 3. Yes, 100k is 3 million. Wait, this is military science as well. I forgot about that. All of these tags are 100k 5. There's a between 15 and 20 million resources in total. Already this area, which we can unlock, has more than that amount of iron and copper available. Plus we unlock the ability to not lose the game to an unfortunate biter expansion. Can you imagine how annoying that would be if after 243 hours, suddenly, due to some unforeseen alignment of planets in the Norwegian universe here, that a biter expansion pops into my base and settles a couple nice behemoth worms and behemoth biter bases right in my pollution cloud? It's the end. It would be the end. With laser turrets though, we can protect ourselves from that, as we can take out that expansion, which would be pretty much impossible with gun turrets unless we spec into gun turrets damage upgrades, in which case I would probably rather just go lasers. Alright, so this is manageable. This is like 500k science in total. That is like half the cost of rocket silo, like a half technology, the same as thrusters, and like half the cost of a planet. So 1/5 the cost of a rocket silo and thrusters and planet combined. I think we can invest the time for the safety and as well as having something to do when when we are researching rocket silo and planet discovery and whatnot. Yeah, let's go laser. mind is made up, we go laser. Not this fast though, because we need military science. 500k is not a hand-feedable amount, even by my standards. 50k obviously is, apparently, but 500k is too much. We'll set up real military science. That also will future-proof the base a bit if we are coming back here. We might just make Norvis our main base then and just send all the science packs home. And in that case, Gleba first could be something, because the biolabs can be placed on Norvis, and Norvis only. Oh yeah, this is it was an hour-long digress, but you know, this is 1,000 times science cost. Every decision matters a bit. I cannot just in 45 hours time say, no, this was the wrong decision. If I just had thought about it for a little bit, I would have realized that. But now I gotta go back 45 hours. It kind of doesn't work like that in this playthrough. You gotta be sure what you're gonna do ahead of time. You gotta make sure that what you are gonna be doing ahead of time is at least somewhat the right direction. Okay, let's get back my stuff. Right. That was save 666 over. I think that was a nice tribute to the 666 save in the series. To do the firing squad and the mass annihilation tests. Laser. It is. I'm not sure, yeah, Gleba is going to be a problem because of the spores and the enemies attacking us. We do have that rule about no base defense, which of course I only thought about the Norvesian part of the challenge when I made the rules. Alright, what is next? We don't need any of those on us. A bit too enthusiastic putting stuff back in my inventory. This is all good stuff though. I got all the robots inside. We don't really have extra of these just yet. We do retain the ability to transfer 2 chests at once, even if I block some slots, because we've got 16 extra slots on top of what we already had. Let's just keep the bots there. I'll just put these there as well. Let's block it. Alright. Lasers it is. So, we gotta make military science then. It might make sense to put mining productivity in the queue as well now. Especially there's no way I'm gonna set up full military science in like 2 hours or so. There is no way. I don't know, I spent like 6 hours to set up green science or something. So we need something to research. I guess we can research normal technologies on the way to rocket silo. We'll first do laser and see how that goes. I mean, this is like 500,000 signs, but mining productivity by itself is also 500,000 signs. So worth it though on like Vulcanus and stuff. Probably very worth it. Is it worth it? Only on Vulcanus, right? Volgora has infinite resources. Vulcanus has the... Gleba has infinite resources. How does Aquilo work again? It also has infinite resources, right? Just have those two different pump-jackable things to make the lithium. There's no such thing as lithium ore or something. I'm such an expert at space age. I don't even know how you make this stuff. Holmium plates. Those are infinite. The liquids are infinite. Okay, maybe mining productivity 2 is not such a need. Only Vulcanus has the tungsten ore. It's a fluid but not infinite. Ah, it's not infinite. Ah wait, those run out, right? It's not like oil, they do run out. Okay, they are not infinite, alright. I forgot about that. The level enemies also have 10 million billion health, alright. That's a lot of health. Alright, maybe mining productivity is worth it. We'll just put it in the queue for now. Thinking get a head start on like low density. I mean, this is a lot of signs. It's like 3 million signs to get to the rocket silo anyway. Maybe we'll just plop it in there. It will make all our Norwegian patches run even longer as well. We might shift it. We probably will shift it to the front. We'll first do laser though, just to get it in there. Laser is a 30-second technology, so I do not need to make any changes yet. In which case, I think I'm just gonna take a quick little break. Let's try to research laser turrets in the break. Just gonna have a quick bite. Okay, I pretend I have laser. Let's see how much military science there is in the labs. There is some in there. Alright, so as this completes, we're gonna research laser turrets with the little bit of military science we have left over from flamethrowers. I'm gonna be up. I'm gonna be back in like 5, 6, 7 minutes. It's not gonna be a long break. I'll be right back. Alright. We're actually getting further into the technology than I thought. So I overcrafted flamethrower military science specs by quite a bit. I think I made 24,000, like I did 48,000 sets into military science with productivity twice or something. Okay, it's stopping now though. Have you considered using normal roboports to place all the solar? I think it will be hard to do without having logistics system. So you can put these stuff in the right chests. The bots are going to be slow, they're going to be flying all over the nest crisscross, and they're going to be sniped a lot by worms. I'm not going to try it now. It seems probably it's possible, but you will have way more losses. So you kind of need to control, like, if the laser turrets are closer by than the power lines, the bots will place the laser turrets unpowered, and then you know, if the bots recharge in the wrong order at the roboport, it's gonna get destroyed and all that stuff. We're gonna have unpowered lasers at the front, and it's not gonna be pretty. Let's not go into that now though. Let's find out how much science we have. Let's go super fast. How far can we get? It should be almost finished. 4 packs in there still. The last one. And that's it. All the labs are idle. 1875 out of 150,000. Alright. Good to know, I suppose. Ah, you're talking about... I thought you'd... If you just tuned in, we just did a test with laser turrets. But you had to place the solar field. I'm not sure. I mean, it kind of depends. They need to fly between those nests with these worms and all that kind of stuff. And also it's a pretty large Roboport network to get the bots to go all the way out there for so early game. Especially since I don't really have a lot of extra power available. And Roboports, they can take quite a drain on your power network before nuclear power. When they are charging bots. I don't think it's gonna be I think it's gonna be way more work to set up to get bots to do it automatically than it is just to take 1800 solar panels and just do it from the armor. Especially with the energy free bot exploit which we can deploy. I mean, it took me like half an hour, I remember, to place like 3000 panels by hand, and now we need to place half of that with bots, so I don't think it's gonna be worth the hassle at the moment. Yeah, 1000 signs per minute. I said something about 1000 signs per minute. I think we can get it. I think we can get it with the magic red belt. Let's grab a chest. Let's also grab these and these. Right, why do I think we can get 1000 signs per minute? Well, you might see we are doing 992 signs per minute, and that is my true signs per minute. If we just look over the last hour, it is 992 signs per minute. But we are producing only 900 signs a minute. Right, we are producing 900, and with the help of productivity modules, we are making that into 992. Why 992? Well, I should have 1000 labs running. That gives me my 992 signs. But we don't have 1000 labs, we have 1008 labs. 2 times 504. So we have 4 labs too many, which means if I temporarily not research something, just really like for a minute, and then resume technology. I should resume the next technology as well. We are gonna have 1000 signs per minute. Because now all of the labs are active. All of the labs are active. That is why I have the module configuration that I have. I have a fake 1000 signs per minute, because 4 more labs are active than can be supplied. But what is the bottleneck? It is not the science assemblers. It is the 900 ingredients. Like the production of a physical 900 science packs a minute. It is limited by belt speed. These yellow belts are throttling the science production. And before that was not the case. Whoa, that was fast. I think the legs switched on or something. Before that was not the case, because of course we've got 2 iron belts coming in and 1 copper belt. 2 belts of iron becomes 1 belt of iron gears, and 1 belt of copper is 1 belt of copper, so that is just 900 signs per minute. There's no productivity in there. So we cannot produce more than 900, except now we can, because we have productivity modules in here. So it means this 2 belts of iron is actually becoming 1.12 belts of gears instead of 1.0. So I can produce more than 900 gears a minute thanks to the productivity modules. Just consuming the same belt of iron, I can now produce more than 1 belt of gears. which means I should be able to feed those extra 4 labs easily, right? And then I can get my 1000 signs per minute all of the time. I think that's gonna work. Okay, we're gonna reload again because I do need signs to keep going on at 992 to see the effect. We just did this. Alright. So blue science is backed up. So blue science also has productivity modules. We have production over capacity. This thing is not working all the time. Like this one is now output full. I think we have the over capacity here. Can calculate. We have so one assembler. A science pack does 24 seconds. So it's 2.5 science pack as a minute, but it produces 2 at a time. So 5 science packs a minute at crafting speed 1. We have crafting speed 1.2. So these assemblers are doing 6 signs a minute, except we have productivity modules in there, which multiplies the crafting speed by 0.9. Not 0.09. Back to 6, alright. Crafting speed times 0.9. So we get to 5.4 and then 12% productivity bonus. 6.04 signs per minute per assembler, and we have 150 assemblers. 9, okay, that is not too much. 907.2 signs per minute is what we can produce from these 150 assemblers over here. Now we have 0.8% labs too many. We have 1008 labs which we need to supply instead of 1000. So if divided by 1008 and multiply times 1000, if this is 900 or above, we are good. It's exactly 900. Wait, I made this to be exactly 900, didn't I? With the configuration of modules in the labs, I think. Alright, it's gonna work. I think it's gonna work. Let's see. We have 991. Bot speed 2 is incoming. Let's send the bot out to spot the difference. 12 seconds. Let's not send them out. Okay, somewhere where I cannot build. 6 seconds, let's go. They certainly do feel a bit faster. So yeah, yellow. So what I did before, get the 1000 signs per minute, is I just calculated what the average productivity of the labs needed to be if all labs were working. So if I make a blueprint of these labs, you will see there's a specific number of rare productivity modules in there and a specific number of uncommon. If I could upgrade like 56, like over half, I need to upgrade slightly over half of the labs to rare productivity to get to 1000 signs per minute with only 900 signs per minute inflow. But since we use productivity in the steps leading up to science now, we can get more than 900 ingredients flowing towards the assemblers here. which means we can do exactly 1000 signs per minute. That makes sense. We can do exactly 1000 signs per minute if all the labs are working, and we can get all the labs working because we can red belt the resources in. I don't know if it makes sense when I say it like that. We're just gonna try it. Right. We're just gonna try it. We're gonna do blue signs last. Blue signs is backed up. We should get it only out of the top labs as well. Let's start with a different track. Let's start with green signs. Because the green signs does not have productivity in every step of the way, but belts are iron. Some part of the belts is productivity moduled, so we are getting some bonus on here. Like 2/3 has productivity bonus. I think we are gonna be good here. We can make 12 belts a second where we need to make... Yeah, this is like tailored to Mark 1 assembly machine, so we have definitely got enough assemblers. So that means this 900 iron actually we 2/3 of that is getting productivity moduled, so it's 300, sorry, it is 600 which gets the bonus, and 300 which does not get the bonus. So basically this belt of iron turns into 972 iron worth of belts with the productivity bonus on here, which is way more than the few extra labs we need to feed. So that is definitely going to be okay. Inserters, probably same story, only the iron plate is not moduled. The gears have productivity, the circuits have productivity. This is all going to be fine. So what I need to do then true 1K SPM attempt. I'm still not sure if I'm not just gaslighting myself into thinking it is possible. So basically the last assembler needs to be able to output on a red belt. Let's first upgrade the belt going out, and let's not do it like a noob. Let's do it like we pretend we know what we're doing. Sometimes I like to do that. Not too often though. Okay, let's look at this speed 2 bots, man. Holy moly, they're so fast. Alright, we gotta upgrade the other belt as well. So we're not upgrading to transport twice the items. We are upgrading the belt to transport marginally more than 900 items a minute. Like probably 907.2 items a minute. That is what we want out of this belt. But the upgrade is a little bit too large, I suppose. But well, we don't have mostly yellow with a little bit of red type of belts. This is the other labs which are not yet in use. Look at this, actual base building. Holy moly. And I suppose we do not really need to upgrade this entire belt. I'm gonna do it anyway. We've got like 3 chests of red belts, so let's upgrade it. But this still should not do nothing. Yeah, let's prepare this properly. So also upgrade the red belts first, but not quite. We won't upgrade these two belts over here. Oh wait, I've got the inserters there. Let's upgrade this part. It's a lot less annoying to wait for the bots now. Still annoying. RIP. I think it's not too bad here. I placed something in this chunk. Okay. That's alright. I messed up this chunk over here. Which might already have... That was messed up already anyway because of the spaceship. The spaceship counts towards diminishing expansion chunk values, believe it or not. I messed up this chunk, I think. This chunk was clear. And this chunk... Why is this chunk so low? I may have messed up this chunk. That's the only one though. Okay, that was the best misplacement that could have happened to me. Around all my base. That's probably the most forgiving misplacement around the entire base perimeter. Anywhere else, and the results would have been much more disastrous. Holy moly. I had a small heart attack there. The chunk is in range of both spaceship and belts. Alright. Suppose this just goes down to a part which we do not need to upgrade yet. I'm definitely gonna forget to upgrade this though. So let's upgrade it. I have 3 things which cannot be placed. Which 3 things? Or 3 of those chests, of course. That means this belt. And then the 2 green science belts in between. But the chunks next to the labs weren't those green before? I don't think so. Were these green? I gotta go back and check probably. But we place stuff in... where is the border? Here. This chunk. So this chunk already... Yeah, we might have lost these 2 chunks over here. Okay, let's take a look then. I'm not gonna reload that mistake. I will live with that. Let's have a look before I made the mistake. If those chunks were green. No, they were not. When did these chunks get updated then? Oh, I'm an idiot. This is part of the base. We declare this part of the... So we declare this part of the base, but it's not. So we are building an expansion chunks here already. So these chunks are already effed anyway. It was a decision we made just to grab some space because there was like the copper mine. I think the copper mine was in these chunks, the early game copper mine. So it was red already anyway. I think it had to do with that. The copper mine was located here. Okay, now let's check the value then. Did I indeed mess up a single chunk? We did. So what did this guy see then? Ah, it saw these belts, I suppose. Yeah, these belts are in the chunk of the spaceship. So that chunk, when I misplaced one belt here, it suddenly saw all of these belts in here. And it kept seeing him as we deconstructed the belt again. So we lost one chunk. Could have been much worse. Best case scenario. The best misplacement I have ever made. I only use functional red belts in my base, like this belt which transports 1 engineer per second. And these belts which, the science belts, which need to be able to transport 907.2 items a second instead of 907. Those are my kind of red belts. I think this might pay off to do with bots. Entirely sure. I probably could do it faster myself still. But hey, we've got bots, we gotta use them. Alright. I think that is the entire science area on this side at least upgraded to red bells. So now we can do the actual stuff. You can see it's now spread out. It's still transporting 900 items a minute because these belts of course are not red and these inserters are still not doing much. So we still should see no difference. But we do. Why though? Did I just disturb the forces? I disturbed the force and now the labs are suddenly active again. Yeah, I think this is temporary. We are just transporting the backlog which was on the belt faster to the labs now. So suddenly they temporarily will have access to some more. Basically, the belt buffer is halved now. These belts were twice as full compared to before. Now each belt only has 2 belts and 2 inserters on there, whereas before it was 4 belts and 4 inserters. So that is the profit right now. That is why it's already working. Well, at least that's good news. It will be working then, apparently. That means that we also should upgrade blue signs, or these assemblers will get emptied out then. This is all good. 2 bells. I think we only need to upgrade from this point on. Yeah, actually I do not need to upgrade the yellow belts here, because we have a full belt of blue signs and not a half belt. So this should do, and this should act enough of a buffer to wave the stuff around. Yeah, I'm gonna take it then. Let's just start the program. So this needs to output a bit faster. I suppose the last two inserter assemblers. Where is the inserter belt? Outputting on here. Okay, that should be enough for... That should be enough for green signs. And red signs then. Red signs has the same stuff with the... We used up the belt buffer. If I do this though, this is just gonna throw gears on there all day long. Maybe I should just get rid of this. Same for here. Actually, we are not using these. Only using these. Are these fast enough still? Then we need to check that. So the last two assemblers, I suppose that's good enough. There's actually one problem. Now we are relying on 907 items a second being transported here. But copper doesn't have any productivity on it, does it? I don't think my stone furnaces are having productivity module slots to fill. So we actually have only got one belt of copper incoming here. We are using... We could use like half this belt over here. This is not moving. But we could use like a couple extra plates from the red chip mine to bring to... Yeah, okay, we can do that. This is just not moving. We've got 8 belts of copper, but we only use 7.5. This goes to red signs as a backup. We can use some of that backup. That just means upgrade this splitter and the belts leading up to here. And this. Yeah, this is 8 long-handed inserters. They should be able to do more than 8 copper a second with their rotation speed, so that should be good. Then the question is, are these assemblers fast enough? They make 1.96 gears a second, or do they? They absorb 3.5 iron a second. And make that into 1.75 gears. And then 12% productivity bonus. That is exactly 1.96 indeed. We have that times 4. 7.84 a second. 470 a minute, but we have 2 belts. 940. Okay, that's more than 907.2, so these assemblers should be good to go. This number, theoretically, should never drop below 1000 again, except when it drops to 999, but that is a rounding error. Now all overlaps should be active all the time. We try to insert a couple more productivity modules, but the earlier calculations said this should be 1000.008 signs per minute. But of course the actual production graph over the short term is a little bit wavy, so it kind of bounces a bit. We can look after 1 hour again. This number should have gone up to 1000. And this number should have gone up to 60,000 after 1 hour. It is going up, as we can see, with a fresh dose of not wanting to go up. It is going up. Alright, 1000 signs per minute base, confirmed. Belt speed does not increase with quality, no indeed. Also, weirdly enough, different quality underground belts just connect to each other. It's probably imagine the belt weaving possibilities if that wouldn't have been the case, man. Alright, not too bad. We made this armor, that can go. We did all the upgrades to the modules, so this one can go. Only one which we got left is the running armor, right? We did make these. So that can go. We did not make any of those extra, not make any of those extra, not make any of those. This goes down to 1. Let's just update it. That might be in the cards in not too much time from now. We can delete the top row. This is basically our new shopping list. The bots we already have as well. So this is what we still need to make. We need a lot of stuff for that though, especially in terms of engines and whatnot. Could probably get started on the electric engines though. I think I'll just quickly throw those. Just gonna quickly throw those in there, because that takes a while to get made. We still have plenty of red stuff left. Okay. Electric engines. Let's just see the reap the rewards. I cannot believe I did not make a save. Question mark, because it's still unconfirmed. 1 hour from now, somebody set an alarm. 181 hours and 45 minutes in. Science production over the last hour should be 1000. And this should be 60,000. That is the prediction. It is gonna run for... This technology is gonna run for at least 1 more hour. Let's see what our uncommon quality modules have netted us so far. That's not bad. I don't think it's enough to make our armor yet though, unless we sacrifice more copper cable, which I'm not sure if I want to do that. Maybe I want to do that. That's a lot of stuff again. We'll just take the rare steel for now. Yeah, we cannot carry everything. $1K SPM Bay. I have a spelling problem. So much cable. It's not though, I don't need the Mark II chips, I need the Mark III chips. Maybe I can just gamble up some of these. Not sure I want to spend this iron though. $600 chips. Yeah, that's like half an order of magnitude under what we need. So I guess we'll be patient. We'll not make the running armor just yet. And instead we'll go do what we already should have been doing. For quite a while. Actually, I needed those 600 to match with these engines. I need 8 more chips. Okay, we make 8. 8 more chips then. Straight up. There we go. That is the electric engines. That's by far the slowest component in the puzzle when we want to get our running armor. So I'll bring those over to science, to the oil area. It's working quite well. My battery is full all the time. I haven't really accidentally depleted the battery yet by overbought usage. But it's definitely nice to be able to control this many bots, man. Alright, so half goes in here, half goes in there. Good luck with that, and thanks for the productivity. We're not gonna get it before... Are we gonna get it? Which one will be first? Both at the same time? No. Okay, there we go, bonus product. For free. Thank you very much. No, let's just take him. Okay, that will run for quite a while, and when we need them, we will have the electric engines to make all of the legs that we want for our running armor. Now we just need to wait for either green chips or when our patience runs out, and we'll just make him straight up from our rare copper cables and rare iron plates. For now though, I think we're gonna test out our new armor with the bots. It is time. One way or another, we are going to have to up the power, because either we are going to go into 60-second per science spec technologies here, or it's gonna be mining productivity, or it's going to be on the way to rocket silo. Everything will activate more labs than we have. We need the power. I've been postponing it for as long as I can, dozens of hours it feels like, but there's simply no way. We got to... grab the solar panels out of here. Which means we need our old friends, the gun turrets. We need to switch off our roboport, so the bots won't do anything funky. Tofu safe. Nah. Alright. I think I managed to distract the Johnnies long enough. So that they weren't shooting at me. Alright, so I need 1800. And we've got one rare solar panel for making the personal roboport, I suppose. I'm not sure I should be making more solar panels still. Okay, we got a blueprint for that somewhere. In the This Game book. So every 20 solar panels needs 6 power lines. We could upgrade that with the uncommon power pools. I don't think we're gonna do that. So basically we need 1/3 of 1800 power pools. So 600 power lines, that should be good enough. Why are the worms not shooting at your base? Because they like how I built it. I built it in accordance with the worm. They gave me the Feng Shui advice how to decorate the base as well as possible. They've been doing that since the Ribbon World playthrough, Factorio Tightrope. Okay, that should do it. I don't really want to overbring stuff because we're probably going to bring back a whole bunch of trees and whatnot. I do have some space here though. I think we're fine. Right. Yeah, bots only shoot at military targets, and that's basically only turrets, bots. I suppose Spidertrons, tanks maybe. I don't know actually if they shoot at those without being provoked, or if they just shoot at the player. But even raiders are no longer military targets. Do the Johnnies grow up over time? That would be so cool. It would be a cool part of evolution, right? I start off with a couple nice little Johnnies in my base. I come back after a long ordeal of neutralizing biter bases, and they have grown up to be behemoths. Poor man's gates still after 181 hours. They changed that for Space Age because apparently it was too annoying to deal with biter expansions taking out raiders while you are away. Where am I gonna place 1800 solar panels though? We got cliffs here. Suppose this is the area to try and do it. Oh god, there's... How much landfill do I have on me? A stack. That might be enough. So here's no cliffs except here. We can go up a bit. We can also go this way a bit. But not too far because there's the new oil route. I got to place 1800 solar panels. That will match my steam power production. 30% more, yeah, that should be correct. 60... 108. Why are the Johnnies still there? Did you ever watch any of my videos before? You cannot just kill defenseless Johnnies. I mean, if they're defending a nest, okay, you know, that's fair game. But isolated Johnnies, they should be respected. Decorated even. We've got way more of them. We've also got some bigger ones. Like there's some medium Johnnies like right here on an important passage, which I run into like literally every time. Cannot see him because it's too red. I haven't looked at the pollution for quite a while. Maybe I should do that, since we're not that far away from polluting any biters. Still looks about the same. Oh yeah, here they are. They every time get me. It's my passage through the cliff over here. It's my only way down. Ah, we got some more of those as well. Alright. No more funny business. We're gonna set a timer again. I have the blueprint in this book, so let's put it on the bar. There's this blueprint. Should give him landfill as well then. I wonder if this is enough to fill it all in though. So this is outdated. The new oil route goes over here to bring oil from future distant patches back to the base. So we can basically go as close to those guys as possible. Let's just see how close it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 4 is too close already. I cannot walk here, so that's 3. So we can go out 3 over there. We can go down all the way here. We can possibly creep up on those guys a bit more. I'm not sure if I can go one more over there though. We'll just see how much space we've got over here to work with. Alright. Time, exactly 181 hours. Let's go. Let's see how long it takes to place 1800 solar panels. I don't know what the best strategy is. I have to keep the bots within range. Is the reference to The Shining? No. Although I did make an edit of that with the Shining clip in there at some point in the first Johnny playthrough. I don't know why I call it Little Johnny. It just came to mind, I think, during playing Factorial Tightrope all those years ago, and it kinda has stuck. Okay, that was not good. Was that a bot charging sound? Yeah, while the bots are charging, I suppose it's fine in the daytime as long as they don't all do it. I'm 12 landfill short. I suppose we are gonna get some... We are likely gonna get some more rocks off of here. Already getting distracted in my speedrun. Just gotta remember... Place that. This is 80 entities. I can do 6 at a time without the bots charging. I have 200 bots, so that should be good. Kind of changes if there are trees though. Oh, we can go 4 wide even. I think we'll do one more line. Already over 500 placed. Yeah, I kind of locked myself in. changing my mind because I can place 4 white here. I can go down all the way. Gotta find some rocks though. Big rock. Just big rocks. For now. We caught a fish. Maybe it's Ben the fish. I think this is the first fish we took. Oh, you cannot see that. Production. Alright. I think we found Ben the fish though. We gotta bring him back to the base now. I think it's the very first fish we ever fished up. Another one of those figures, I know. Where's my deconstruction planner? Oh, there's some normal rocks in here. And let's grab them. I'm not gonna eat the fish, no. This is a no fish playthrough. If we eat the fish, we basically fail the goal. Where are we? Even those bells can automatically get picked up now. Suppose it's also an old belt, but will be turning down here now. Alright, almost enough to make 12 landfill. Man, I really don't like the change. That landfill now costs 50. Alright. Let's drag another line up. I should have a counter on my bar with the solar panels we've got remaining. 885 remaining. How can that be? I guess we missed 5 in that. Where we missed the landfill. Seemed inefficient to rock it around as well. Yeah, I don't know. Probably impossible to agree with all the changes. I think we can still safely walk here, although those worms already wake up. Right, let's first do the 12 landfill stuff. That was somewhere over there. Exactly in... I don't know if it's in range. Let's go in here. We'll make the 12 landfill. I mean, I do really like the upgrades to the bots, man. The new construction bots are just so much more efficient compared to the old ones. It was really annoying, especially in the mega base era, that they had to recharge every like 5 roboport distances. Man, this is really fast, man, those bots. And I mean, quality is like a double-sided sword, man. On the one hand, I don't like it. It becomes so finicky, right? It is so finicky to do anything. Regarding quality. I mean, you see the excessive amount of hand feed. Maybe normal players don't do it like that. On the other hand, though, the new possibilities with early game armors are quite incredible, especially these roboports, which are just blatantly better than the old Mark II roboports already, just in a rare quality, which is accessible in early blue with the power armor. I'm kinda losing my speed running focus here. Thanks Tobbers for the 6th-month subscription. Alright, I don't want to go out more to the right because some stuff has to be belted past here. So I suppose, how much do we still need to place? 8 more stamps. There's literally one line down here, so let's do that. Yeah, that's gonna be good. Another great change is the Super Force blueprint thing, where you can just do this. That is just amazing. There's definitely more good changes than bad changes. I think that goes for almost everyone, really. The thing is, everybody dislikes something else, so how the heck can you even... I don't know how I thought that that was exactly 4 stamps, as it's clearly not. Well, we're gonna have a inside corner then. So be it. And time. Okay, it took me 11 minutes of not very try-harding. So yeah, that is what, 7,800 solar panels and 1. Where the heck is the 1 coming from? There must be one of the... There must be somewhere where there's like a single solar panel connected to the power network accidentally. Is that important? Yes, no. I mean, no, it's not important at all. One of these are gonna be accidentally connected to the network. Not that it is important. I mean, it's not. Everybody knows. Alright, I think I'm just gonna look for that off cam then. Alright, I'm gonna look for that off cam. Off cam. So as I said, I'm gonna look for that off cam. Did somebody see it in chat? Can you highlight all raiders? Yeah, but it doesn't really help me if I could, because the base raiders, which are just connected to power, those should be okay. There's just one solar panel which is accidentally connected. I deconstructed one radar with solar panel. Yeah, that was just in the way, that one. It's not about this one which is left over. The radar one is still left over. It's that there's now 7,801 solar panels connected to the grid. There already were 6,001 solar panels connected to the grid earlier, so that is nothing new. Let me place back this one radar if I can. I cannot. I will just place one of our good ones. We made way too many of those anyway. Okay, that just blatantly obsoletes this radar. The rare radar has the same range. Alright. We found Ben the fish. Now we just gotta bring him back home. Gotta see the map again. You wanna scout for the radar? Probably is not a great idea. So what we are looking for is this solar panel with a power line that is connected to the rest of the power line. So one of these dark black squares, probably accompanied by a radar, but not necessarily. So I'm just gonna scout next to the entire power grid then, real quick. Switch off map tags, any other clutter. Power network goes next to the wall, next to the wall, next to the wall. To the copper mine there. There's a radar, but there's no solar panel. That is not it. There's nothing here. Nothing is here connected. This is a radar, but it's just connected without solar panel. We're looking for the connected solar panel. Okay, that's all the power network which goes up there. We go down to the base. Nothing there. This is the base. There's nothing here either. Nothing here. Let's first go to the left. Systematic. Here it is. There's this one. That is the 6,001 solar panel. Okay, we found it. We found it. It was worth it. Let's do put the bots on our hotbar for now. Instead, I'm deleting everything. Done with this. Let's just put the bots there then. This was inserters. Oh, we can put the bots here. That's where normally my fast inserters are, but you know, we never researched them. And then we can put chests back here. Gotta bring Ben back before he spoils. What's the power line doing over to the nest cluster? Probably having a radar in there. Or maybe a fluid pump to pump oil. Alright, we did find the solar panel, in case you are still looking for it. Alright, we are halfway through laser and I still didn't do anything, any progress whatsoever in terms of making military science. So I don't think I'm going to have military science up in 45,000 science packs worth of research. Science per minute though, still 1000. We can already check, we'll check the 1 hour, 10 minutes doesn't say anything. Starting to overflow a bit here in those trash resources. Obsolete. Gotta get some new landfill. Aha, wait a second. Can I even place bend the fish in the lake with the landfill? Because of these things. Does landfill count? I have no idea. Well, 181 hours, but we finally found Ben the fish. Normally he's present in my starter lake. The one remaining fish in there usually is Ben the fish, but we didn't fish up any fish and we cannot stash them in chests anymore, so we just let them in here for now. We're gonna make a special pond for Ben. I saved just in case the chunks go bad here. I do not want to delete any fish here. We gotta make like a nice square pond for Ben the fish. It looks like I can place landfill. Without disturbing the force. Gotta go up one more. That is not very square, is it? Well, it's not the biggest of ponds. But it is our pond. Welcome home, Ben the fish. I'm gonna save it here. There he goes. If only you could rename fish. Someday we'll upgrade you to legendary, I promise. Was the April Fool patch reverted? In our hearts, yes, but in the game, not quite yet. I will revert it though. I thought about it a bit more. It's a stupid change. We're gonna go laser turrets anyway. And we will try to prove we can take on any biter base on the planet before we leave. But we are not gonna force ourselves to sit through several hundred hours of waiting around for research to get done with the atomic bomb prerequisite for thrusters. We're gonna revert that. It also makes the other planets too easy. Okay, welcome home, Ben the fish. Now we need... Oh wait, I cannot place lights. I can! We are outside of the chunks. Alright. And I still don't know if lights do anything. Maybe just a single light, like a mood light. Probably should switch on the chunk grid again if I'm going to do these shenanigans. Yeah, we'll see. We'll figure something out for Ben the Fish later on. For now though, he's home. Got something new for him in the thumbnail, I suppose. May you never rest because this shiny bright light shines in your eye. Night and day, mostly night. How did you place the fish? Press Z over the water when you have 5 or more fish in your cursor. If you know what that can lead to, you should just find a random opening of my 10,000 signs per minute megabase stream, which usually starts off with an overview of 100,000 fish in my home lake. I suppose if we get bored in this playthrough, our fate might end up being something similar to that. Collecting fish. Alright, I'm just gonna update the blueprint with the new prerequisites. And get rid of these. This is the power armor list. So we can get rid of the blinking thing. Alright, we have been way too efficient this playthrough. Let's take a look at the new power situation. It's actually changing right now. We should be able to do 360 megawatts plus 30%, so 108, 360, 468 on solar power, 468 on steam. I'm too lazy now, I have this app. 936 megawatts peak power and 468 megawatts through the night running on steam power as well, and 468 megawatts of pure solar during the day. So I think we are theoretically ready to research the what's it called, the 60-second per science spec technologies. We are ready for them. I don't think our labs are ready for them though. What did I say? 968? It should stop at 968. Apparently not. 936. Okay, we did have 936. I just misremembered the number. It was 468 times 2. 936. Okay, we do have 936. 2 times 468. Half on steam, half on solar. Alright, so the labs might be ready. Okay, everything is nicely backed up here. And nicely backed up here, so we are definitely keeping up with production. So finally everything is nicely backed up all the time. That's another sign that stuff is working. Oh, we are not producing enough blue signs though, it appears. Either that or it's just like wavy consumption and production, and this will just back up again after some time. We can maybe get a sneak peek. No, it is fine. Chemical science pack is on the same line as the rest. We're getting there. A little bit more. You can see like the small bump in the line here when we made the change from 992 to 1k SPM. I think we did it, the true 1000 signs per minute base. Okay, let's get rid of these. It's a bit annoying that they just blink all the time, and it looks like we don't need them anymore. I don't think I'll ever need these gears again though. Why no accumulators? Great question. I think we're gonna need those at some point. "19 minutes out." Alright, thanks. Ooh, 98% evolution. Heck yeah. 98.000, we just crossed 98% evolution. So many milestones this stream. I could feed obsolete resources. At some point I'll do that, but that's gotta be a point where we are either like fight for space or really don't have anything else to do. Just not quite, we're not quite yet there. Okay, let's bring rare stuff once more. We probably don't have the inventory space to do that. I need my green chips though. The copper wire can wait. We need the green chips. No, it still goes very slow. I think if we want to do anything with the second power armor, we'll just have to make the green chips from scratch. Not really sure I'm ready to do that. I'm neglecting to do some basic things which I should be doing, probably like backing up this mine over here, which is soon gonna dip our 1k SPM. All the other places do have backup mines. This is easily enough for 5 belts for a very long time. You can see many of these mines are not working. I think all of these are working, almost. One over here is not working. I think next we're gonna have to back up this mine, which we neglected to do. Red Chips has a backup mine over here, which is not working. And a backup iron mine over here, which is hardly working. So all of this will be fine. Despite this is what has happened to our glorious 13 million copper mine over here. And also we're gonna run out of oil at some point. Maybe not a disaster because we still have full tanks of this stuff. I think it is time to set up some... before we go military science, we gotta make sure we can keep researching at 1k SPM. So I think mining productivity is just gonna be next then. It's gonna be worth it. It wasn't worth it before. It was barely too expensive, a little bit too expensive for the hard B line, costing 15 million resources to research by itself. It didn't save enough to get off of the planet in the B line, but now we have the laser deviation, and it is nice to have for Vulcanus and for Aquilo, so let's get it. 500k signs, that should give me hope. That should hopefully give me the time I need to it should hopefully give me the time I need to set up military science. How much is that? Basically 500 minutes, that is like almost 10 hours. 8.5 hours to set up military science. That could be the subject of Sunday's stream then. Yeah, that might not be too bad. Alright. For now though, we need mining drills. Do I got mining drills? A couple. Do I have enough mining drills? Probably not. Can we check that out remotely? We do have this thing over here. Does not matter in which chunks we build over here. Going to have to we can fine-tune later. This is just to get an idea of how many mining drills we need. $110. $115. It's perfect. Alright, we just need the simple Mark 1 productivity models for those. 1 stack, 2 stacks. And 1 more. Alright, so we got the mining drills. We're gonna need a bunch of undergrounds. Let's take 2 stacks of those. Take all of those. All of those. Can carry a bit more this time. We're not gonna need that many bells actually. We only need to hook it up to the back of the other iron mine. We don't need to bring it all the way home to the base. So, time for a neglected pipe gear iron mine. I'm not doing it at a regular speed either. I've been speeding up the game a lot, especially during the grindy early game part where we spent like 7 hours exploring the entire map on foot. With regular walking speed, not with this exoskeleton nonsense. Are these done? These are done. 32 extra from the productivity. I think there's one streamer who is also doing 1000 science per minute who is not using speed up mods. It's Boy. I'll just type it real quick. How do you do that? I saw other people do this. Maybe you need to program that in or something. The shoutout command. I'm not running the wrong way, I'm running the right way. Boy was the inspiration for this run for me. He is not using speed up mods, but he's just doing a regular 1000 times science. That sounds stupid to say. There's nothing normal about that. But he's doing one without the added challenge, which basically means you can start playing Factorio a lot earlier than that I did. Okay, we do not need that. This is a bit further. I have bots now. Okay, bots are lazy. Okay, there's no iron up here. So that is fine. Do we even need that? We need another... I think this is just gonna go differently all together. It looks like we basically just need something like this here. Okay, that's all being mined as well. I will place that one on here. No, we won't. Now we can just go like this. That one is kind of necessary. Yeah, it is kind of necessary. Alright, one more. Landfill. It's pretty good. Specifically designed to not need some drill at the back. I think this is how we're gonna do it. Alright, here's another trick. If you don't want your bots to fly out too far, you can basically do stuff like... wait, we gotta get rid of this. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's delete everything. Delete everything. Delete everything. Alright, that's one. I gotta give my bots access to the landfill. I will just Control Z the next part back into existence. And we can still keep control of how our bots fly out so they don't recharge. Free power. One more fish caught. That's not Ben. We already caught Ben. Put him back. I don't have a license. Right? 103 mining drills. That is pretty decent. I think we should turn around this one. And just hook it to the back of over here. $153k, let's place that. That's gonna last a while. Alright. We have this one still. Which I suppose we can try to prioritize spending. Then we got 4 belts out coming. Okay, that fits in there. And we won't do it for the central belts. We gotta go somewhere over here. We also gotta bring power over. 4 belts. Four belts. This is a good horizontal. Okay, we'll see how that goes down, but this is how we do it here. We'll gamble that it connects. We'll check it with the method soon enough. Can I just copy a 4x4 splitter from somewhere? I'm a bit lazy. Okay, exactly next to the water as well. Yeah. Probably should go like that. Alright. Fine, I suppose. Do I bring... I will bring... Do I bring 4? I'll bring 4 belts. Probably could have done with 2 belts, I realize now. The other side... 3.7 million left, this got 6.8 million, so I probably want to prioritize dispatch. How do we connect down? How, if we just go straight, how does this go? Bumps into the mine. This would be right next to the mine. That is this line. Alright, then we'll just keep moving. Is this line. We just keep moving to the side until we have 4 belts here. Let's put the marker on there. Looks like I have no coverage in this area, at least not when it's night. So I'll plop a radar down at the lake here. Also gotta bring power. Probably we just keep going next to the lake here. Whoa, that's a bit fast. Now we can stay next to the lake. Oh yeah, I forgot to take power lines apparently. We can still make some. It's a bit annoying. Because I literally have chests and chests of the stuff at home. 1 hour? The 1 hour timer is up. Alright, let's check science for a minute then. Over the 1 hour graph before. Let's check it. Before my iron runs out over here. As it's a little bit questionably looking here. We're still okay though, thanks to the productivity bonus. We don't need full belts, alright? Let's start with the 5 second view, 5 second signs per minute. We're only interested in this one. 1 minute. 10 minutes. One hour. Yep. There we go. A true 1000 signs per minute base. I finally did it. Alright. I think power line is just gonna go down. I think we do care about pollution here, do we? Yeah, let's just try to make undergrounds. We do need to make sure it connects though. It's been a while since we did this. Alright, all belts connect so far. I'm not gonna measure out the tree density is not really disturbing here. Can just go down all the way. Okay, this one is not connecting though. It's always a stump. Yeah, I thought so. That should connect somehow. Okay, let's try. Is that faster? I don't know. Yeah, I'm a guardrails up bowler. Does wonders for your score. Oh, look at that speed, man, raw speed. Yeah, I'm glad I went for the power armor. It was the beginning of the lose of focus for sure. Too fast for you, but yeah, it was definitely the start of the decline. Alright, I suppose I can make the save here. Where I actually connect the new iron mine. And of course, somehow I missed that power line there. That is slightly annoying, because we don't need to go back there for any other reason. But hey, we've got power armor, we can do it. Yellow bells are so slow. Okay, the power line is being placed. We don't need the guardrails anymore. The bot will find its way back to me while I fiddle about with joining these belts up somehow. We got quite a few miners out of commission here. This is the weirdest splitter ever, man. I don't know what I was thinking when I made this thing. Probably we can do something like this. Oh, we can belt weave. Yeah, we can belt weave some solution in there. For the belt weaving fence. I think that is the distant bot. Right, so one belt comes in over here. Right. Another belt needs to go over there. Ah, we don't need the belt weave. We can make an even worse contraption. Alright. That is the way we'll connect then. Then there is the question, do I really prioritize the other mine? I think I do. We don't have enough... Where am I? I don't have enough drills on there to provide 4 bells. We would need 112 at the moment with 1 level of mining productivity. So we already are not providing 4 bells here. As you can see, we've got gaps in the belt. So I think if we just prioritize this mine, some of these will run out and eventually we'll be mining the dense cores of both of them. Something like that. Let's just try that. I just like to give everything whatever input priority and then flip the one which is misoriented. For me that's the easiest way. Is the ore close by? Ah. Not really. I guess I'll make a save point here for editing mic. Okay, get rid of that. I suppose I can override the save here when the iron is actually coming. For now, I'll just take down all of these miners. We can let the bots do that while the iron is gonna come in. Right. And now this guy should mostly stop. Should probably priority mine the almost empty one. Yeah, probably should. But I won't. We don't actually need 4 full belts of iron ore, I just realized. Yeah, you know what? You're right. We should prioritize the... We should prioritize the mine that's starting to run out, so we can just keep replacing the mines altogether instead of being left with small clumps of central mining drills which we need to combine from 6 different locations. Right, we'll do it like this then. Right, where are we now? Here at the southern border. We do not have any mining drill patches close by. Oil is at 7.5k. We are doing 1k SPM. Despite the counter saying 999. Hello FR Zetax, thanks for the raid. I'm about to stop as well though. I gotta get up early tomorrow. Yeah, nice, good progress this stream though. We improved our base from a 992 signs per minute base to a 1000 signs per minute base. Or basically a fake 1000 signs per minute base to a real 1000 signs per minute base. All the resources are in place. We just took care of the last bottleneck, or like the bottleneck which is gonna break first. The next bottleneck is probably oil, which we also will have to fix. Before doing much else, I'm gonna build a splitter in here. We don't have one. Alright. Because we don't need the full belts anymore, so if any of the belts struggles somehow, it gets split again. Right. Am I going over here? I don't really think so. Yeah, I think the next step is gonna be build some new oil outposts. And I think the quality mining drill maker is done as well. We have made 23,997 uncommon mining drills. So we gotta make 3 more. And then we'll just make the rest from scratch with rare resources. I've got some new plans for the uncommon plates. Where those will be going. But that's going to be a reveal for next time. I'm not going to pick up the miners right now. And these mighty belts of 5.5 belts of ore are looking pretty empty now, man. Somehow we are still having it for green signs though. And we're just filling it up here. There should be no gaps in there, but there are. That could be problematic. Maybe those should just not be there. Alright, looks like it's backing up again. I'm not sure if that's temporary or not, but Yeah, there were some gaps in the green science belt. This is all still backed up though, so there was no danger yet to the science per minute count, but probably better with some red belts here. So we only got one input there, so that's fine. A little bit of troubleshooting on the way back. Yep, I almost ran into the worms. Alright, you can have a celebratory shot, Johnny's. Ouch, no, that still kinda hurts. Douse me in your blessings. Alright, and I'll do the inventory management off cam again. I'm gonna save here as end of stream save. Laser is about to complete. Laser about to complete. End of stream save. There's the music. Music. A Kilo Hero. Okay, that's a great track to end on. Let's showcase Ben the Fish and our true 1k SPM base for the end of it. 1 minute to laser. Then it's off to mining productivity, which will require me to flip these belts so that the blue signs might flow to the other lab rows as well. So actually we're not going to have Ben the Fish in here, because we need to have all 4 lab rows visible. Sorry Ben, it will be next time. Little clutter as possible. I didn't do it earlier because that temporarily is gonna shoot the signs per minute up a bit. But we are gonna need it for the mining productivity. What's the verdict on the laser turrets? Yes, we're gonna try. It was quite easy to take a medium-sized nest with medium worms. It was quite still pretty impossible looking to take on big behemoth worm nests with tons and tons of naturally spawned enemies from the start. Alright, there we go. Now we're gonna have a drop in science until all the labs get filled up. We have priority on the 3rd row. Power is gonna go up as well now. I'm gonna speed it up a bit. Try to run at double speed. I put a balancer on the new mine as well, right at the beginning. Are you gonna make tanks for the equipment grid? I actually have no idea how good that is. I haven't remotely driven a vehicle even once. But it's not on the menu at the moment. Maybe I should put it on there though. Cool pattern. I tried out Disco Science mod, by the way. I didn't like it. The military science flashes grey. Doesn't flash grey, but purple for some reason. But just in general didn't really like the mix of colors. Alright, 3rd line is full. 4th line should start going. No, the 3rd line, all labs are working, but the science belt is still filling up. Alright. Here comes the moment in the music. Alright, I dare not talk during that epic moment in the track. Laps are filling up. Last line is getting all the signs. Gonna go back up to 1000 signs per minute eventually. Might take a while to get the last laps to fill. Because all of them gotta fill up with their 2 signs pack internal buffer. Look at that, man. How is that for a thumbnail? Holy moly. That is 1008 laps fully operational. Almost. The last, it reaches 1000 in an asymptotic way. It reaches it, but it takes quite a while for the last little bit to get there. Horsepower, yeah, we are over 360 megawatts now, so it's good we built the solar panels. It is not in vain. I forgot to deconstruct the extra one. I see we still have 7,801 solar panels on there. Alright, these labs gotta fill up with their internal little buffers as well. I'm just gonna have the ever so slightest break. Alright, we are at the end of the belt. Okay, that should be good. Alright, everything is backing up now. Alright, great stuff then. Okay, now we're making it at 1k SPM. 8 hours to get mining productivity. Go back to normal speed. And that's a lot of labs. Probably the most labs I ever built in a playthrough. It exactly does not fit on the screen. You know what I need? We need some belt immunity equipment, some poor man's belt immunity equipment, so we can stand in the middle. That is what we need. When is next stream? Next stream is on Sunday, probably starting around about, I'd say between 1 and 3 o'clock ish. I plan to start. I'm gonna go for a long time on Sunday. Probably gonna try to get most of all of military science set up, depending on how long it takes, while grinding through mining productivity too. That's a difficult line to say. 1008 labs built by hand, indeed. This was before the bot era. Everything was in place. What a sight. Alright. I don't want to stop looking at this, but I'm gonna stop looking at it. So plan for Sunday, probably first we need oil. I gotta make notes myself. We need to do oil. We don't strictly need to do oil, we still have time. I do want to prioritize military science if I can help it. Maybe we gotta hook up one more oil source though. We're at a deficit. How bad is it? 11k a minute deficit. Have we flatlined? We're about to flatline. That means we can move the rare pump jacks around without having to make new ones. That's probably good. 11k a minute, that is not nothing. I think it's just oil, and we got to do something about this area because it has stopped making mining drills. The chest is full. So now this is just gonna back up with plates, and if this backs up, everything backs up. Then the rare ore belt backs up, and all the science belts back up as well. It's basically quality on Novice is some sort of mini Fulgora challenge, where you just get different outputs. In this case, normal ore and quality ore. And if any of them stop being produced, everything stops being produced. So we gotta do something about that. We're gonna leave that for next time though, but we're going to have a new project for all our Mark II plates. For now, I'll say you all goodbye. I hope you had a nice time this evening, and I'll see you all next time.